A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters. Presenting Firefighters. The true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll transfer you to the movie theater where Tim Collins, rookie fireman, finds himself in the midst of a panic, a wild stampede of terror-stricken men, women, and children toward the exit, driven mad by the fear of fire. And worst of all, there is no fire. This panic is the work of a ruthless practical joker spreading the false cry of fire, run for your lives. Chief Cody is on the spot to begin his investigation. But first, here's a matter you'll want to investigate for yourself. Let's go, firefighters! Tim Collins, rookie fireman, has just fought his way to the aisle in a panic-filled movie house and grappled with a mysterious culprit whose idea of fun is to spread the false cry of fire. As Tim's grasp closes on the unknown prankster, we hear...
Ease up there. This is Chief Cody.
Sorry, sir. I had my hands on that fellow. I was trying to see who he was.
Never mind that now, Collins. You've got to calm these people down.
Yes, sir.
Now get up on that stage. Tell them there's no danger before they hurt themselves jamming the exit.
Yes, sir. I'm on my way. All right, let me through there. This is the fire department.
Now take your seats, everybody. There's no danger. There's no fire. Take your seats, please. No, great Scott, another false alarm. That fiend has fouled up half the fire department with another false alarm.
All right, take your seats, everybody. This is the false alarm.
There's Tim. There's Tim on the stage, Mommy.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, sit down. There's no fire.
Glory be. It seems so much safer with the lights on. There now, people are going back to their seats.
Northside School. Who's here from Northside School? Raise your hands, please.
Well, that's you, Trudy.
Well, here I am. There's Sadie Kramer and Ben Lowry.
Listen to your brother now.
All right, Northside School. Now, this is just like a fire drill. Now, keep cool, keep quiet, keep your head.
And keep your seat. See, they're all sitting down again.
Well, now, the children are setting their elders a good example.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, a word from Chief Cody, Chief Bob Cody of the Fire Department. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Bob Cody, your fire chief. Take the microphone, sir.
Oh, blast the microphone. I'm not one of those fellows with a pretty voice. Did they hear me? Well, never mind. I've got something to tell them. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no fire. There is no cause for alarm. You have been the victims of a practical joke. Now, as chief of your fire department, I guarantee that we will track down and prosecute to the limit of the law the perpetrator of this wicked, cruel, practical joke. It's only luck that no one was killed or severely injured here tonight. Meanwhile, on with the show.
To think I had my hands on that rascal, Chief Cody. I had my hands on him, and he broke away.
Now, don't blame yourself, Collins. And don't worry. We'll get him soon. He's getting reckless.
Yes, sir, I see what you mean. He's getting careless, and maybe he'll take a chance that'll drop him right into our hands.
That's what I'm hoping. Well, I'm going out to the street. I've got to tell the boys from the fire companies that this is another false alarm.
Yes, sir.
You wait for me in there, Collins.
Here in the manager's office?
Yes, go on inside.
All right.
There's somebody in there we want to talk to. I'll be back as soon as I've ordered the recall.
Excuse me. Chief Cody said I was... Jimmy.
Hiya, Tim.
What are you doing here?
Just sitting here, that's all.
Who let you in here?
Chief Cody. He said I should stay here till he gets back.
So you're the somebody he wants to talk with. Well, I'll be...
What do you mean?
Jimmy, back there at the house, I thought you were out of this case. You told Mom you didn't have anything to do with these false alarms.
Gee, golly. I don't, only just sort of.
Yeah, only just sort of. The night of that first false alarm, you lose a red and green knitted glove. The left-hand glove from the pair Aunt Ellen gave you. And that same night, a glove is picked up under the box where the false alarm was pulled.
Well, I said I lost my glove somewhere, didn't I?
And tonight, Mom and Trudy and I are all sitting together watching the movie when somebody pulls a false alarm from the box here in the theater. But where were you?
Well, didn't I say I was thirsty?
Yes, you said you were going out to get a drink, Jimmy. All right, I'm asking you, did you get it or...
No, I didn't get a drink of water.
Well, then where were you when that false alarm was pulled tonight?
He was out in the lobby, Collins, talking to me. That's where he was. Right, Jimmy?
Oh, gee. Yes, Chief, and thanks. Golly, I thought Tim wanted to be a fireman. But now all he does is play detective.
Wait a minute, I don't get it. 1 minute all the evidence points one way, and before you know it's all
that's
pointing...
the trouble with detective work. You never know where you are until you look back at the case afterwards. Now then, let's get to work. Jimmy, you've got something to tell us, but I want to hear your brother's report first.
Mine, sir?
Yes. What about that fellow you grabbed in the dark?
Oh, I never heard that voice before, sir, but besides... Well, I'd say about the size of Jimmy here.
So it's a boy about 14, more or less. And when we get him, we'll clear up both cases of false alarms.
You have proof he's the same fellow as last time?
Yes, sir. Plenty of proof. Here, look at this.
The other glove.
The mate to the glove we found the night of the blizzard.
Golly, gosh. Where'd you find it?
Out in the corridor behind the auditorium, Jimmy. Right under the alarm box where that maniac dropped it.
Jimmy, I think you'd better come clean.
Come clean about what?
Oh, gee, Chief, about my gloves. I had a pair like that, only I lost one. And Tim keeps thinking maybe
Jimmy, where's that glove you showed us at home? I hope you've got it right there in your pocket. It'll look bad if you haven't.
Oh, all right. There it is.
Oh, Jimmy, you're in the clear. That proves it. Oh, excuse me, Chief Cody.
That's all right, Collins. I'm a little relieved myself. Though it would be hard to suspect Jimmy here, since he and I are working together on this case.
Working together?
Yes.
Well, that's why you had him wait here in the manager's office.
Collins, your brother has a line on another boy who owned a pair of gloves like this. He saw that boy here in the movie house tonight, before the panic broke out. He was just about to tell me the name when the false alarm was pulled.
Wait a minute, Trudy. Let me fix my hat in the mirror.
Oh, thank goodness there's fresh air out here in the lobby. Mommy, I'm going over by the door and wait for you where the air is even fresher.
Wonder if I should change the ribbon on this hat. All right, Trudy, don't get cold.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's you, Doopy Dolan.
Hiya, Trudy. How'd you like the show? What did I tell you? Didn't I say something might happen?
But that scare about fire and people trying to run out of the theater and... Doopy, how did you know it was going to happen?
Oh, me? How could I know? I just had a hunch, that's all. Clang, clang, clang when them engines come roaring up the street and all the people were screaming and yelling in the movies here and...
And that's the most revolting thing I ever heard.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Gee, wasn't that awful? Well, I'd better be going, huh? Gosh, I'd have been home long ago. I did go home. Only my mother, she made me come back.
Your mother sent you back here to the theater, young man?
Oh, yes, ma'am, she did. After the fire engines left, I went all the way home. All the way. And then she makes me come back, just because I lost something. And how am I going to find anything when the theater's all full of people and dark and all?
The lost and found is in the manager's office, Droopy. Everybody knows that.
And here's the door of the manager's office.
Oh, well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe my mother won't be sore if I tell her I looked and it wasn't there.
Now, you don't want to tell fibs to your mother, do you?
Oh, no, ma'am.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Hush, Trudy. Well, young man, you just knock on that door and tell the manager what you lost.
Well, if he's busy or...
Now, you're just bashful. Shall I knock on the door for you?
No, ma'am, if I gotta do it, I guess I gotta. Oh, gosh, all the time there's somebody picking on you.
That's right. You knock until somebody answers.
Now, what do you suppose Droopy lost in the theater tonight that his mother sent him back to find and bring home? And what will happen when the door of the manager's office opens to his knock and Droopy Dolan is confronted with his schoolmate, Jimmy Collins? You'll hear the outcome in our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But first, here's a message for you. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
This is Chief Cody, boys and girls, and here is your special assignment. Attention, firefighters. You are to bear this in mind next time you see fire equipment passing along the streets. Don't chase the engines and trucks. Don't get in the way. Just stand still and use your eyes. Watch the drivers. I repeat, watch how the driver on each piece of equipment keeps his eyes on the road ahead, on the crossings he approaches, and at the same time how he watches both traffic and people on the sidewalks. Watch these men drive. And remember, they are specially trained to avoid accidents. This is all, firefighters. So long for now.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go! Firefighters! Firefighters is written by Frank Jones.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 26th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Olivia De Havilland in Saturday's Children. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Robert Taylor, Olivia De Havilland, Mona Berry, and Frederick Perry. Our guests, William Koenig, General Manager of Universal Studios, and Frank Richardson, Paramount Wardrobe Director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To our unseen listeners and to those who crowd our theater to the doors tonight, greetings from Lux, with a special word of welcome to the many distinguished Hollywood personalities whom I see among our audience. Here's a tip to every woman listening in. Follow the example set by all the leading motion picture studios and make Lux Flakes the official wardrobe care in your home. Wash your woolens, silks, cottons, rayons, and linens in Lux. They'll look like new so much longer, and since Lux Flakes do away with cake soap rubbing, and because there's no harmful alkali in these safe, gentle flakes, your clothes will wear so much longer. For appearance, for economy, always use Lux Flakes. And now, Hollywood's leading citizen comes to the microphone. Our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Every few years, a new personality comes to the screen, defying all its traditions of long, arduous apprenticeship, breaking every law of averages, and skyrocketing overnight to stardom. Valentino and Gable did it. So did Hepburn and Harlow. While today's favorites, Robert Taylor and Olivia De Havilland, are tonight's stars. As Spangler Arlington Brew, Bob was a student at Pomona College, where he was trying to decide whether to become a concert cellist or a physician. In the meantime, he accepted the lead in a college presentation of the famous wartime drama Journey's End. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio scout saw him and talked of a screen test. Not long after, Spangler's father died, and he went back home to Beatrice, Nebraska, planning to work in a gas station. It was at his mother's insistence that he went to Hollywood and reported to the studio. He walked out with a contract, a new name, and, more important, the confidence of Louis B. Mayer. That, briefly, is Robert Taylor's biography, the next chapter of which finds him opposite Greta Garbo in Camille. Olivia de Havilland is a Max Reinhardt discovery. Engaged as an understudy for Reinhardt's stage production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, she was selected by the famous impresario to play the role of Hermia in the screen version. This opportunity was all Olivia needed. As the heroine of Captain Blood, Anthony Adverse, and The Charge of the Light Brigade, she is now internationally known. For her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, she plays the part of Bobby Harrington. Robert Taylor is heard as Rims O'Neill. Mona Barry as Florrie, Fred Perry of the original cast as Mr. Harrington, and Maxwell Anderson provides the play Saturday's Children. The title of our play comes from an old proverb which says, Saturday's child works hard for a living. New York City. The offices of the Mengel Importing Company. Franz Mengel, president. In one of the outer rooms, a buzzer is sounding, and Bobby Harrington, Mengel's attractive young secretary, answers his call.
Yes, Mr. Mengel?
I've got a cable to send. Bring your notebook.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Bobby. Just heard from Buenos Aires. They've got to have immediate word as to the man we're sending down and when he's leaving.
It's a great opportunity, whoever gets it.
That's just the trouble, my dear. I can't make up my mind between Keith, Warner, and O'Neill. You know all three men. Who's your choice?
Oh, Rims O'Neill.
Rims O'Neill. Strange name, strange fellow. Excellent man. Well, have him here in 15 minutes.
You mean you're going to send him? On my recommendation?
Well, why not? It was a toss-up. You settled it.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Bobby?
Well, nothing. I'm sure he's the best man, Mr. Mengel. But how long will he be in South America?
2 years, and if he makes good, perhaps indefinitely.
Indefinitely?
Yes. Now take this cable, will you, Bobby? Sending Rims O'Neill, assistant manager, Buenos Aires office. Wait a minute. Bobby?
Yes?
We'll all be working a little late tonight. I thought perhaps you'd let me drive you home.
Well, I'd love to, but I've promised to meet someone.
And spoiled my whole day. Lunch tomorrow?
Splendid.
Ah, that's better. You know, Bobby, you're really one of the... Oh, yes. Yes, of course, the cable. Very well. Unless you hear the contrary, O'Neill will leave New York August 24th. Regarding Santa's orders, be sure to give me your full...
First, please. Door lady, number 5 bus. Number 5. Yes, please.
You know, Bobby, I'm sort of glad we both had to work late tonight after all.
What changed your mind, Rims? Riding home like this on top of a bus?
Why not? It's kind of nice. Hey, you sure you're not in a hurry to get home? We can grab a cab, you know.
Oh, I could ride like this for hours. Look up there, Rims. Right over our heads. Moon, stars. Looks as if they're on our side tonight.
You're beginning to sound like a songwriter. Oh, that reminds me. I told you I had good news, Bobby.
Good news?
The best possible. Now, hold on tight. It's coming. Mengel is sending me to Buenos Aires.
Oh.
There's a boat going in 2 weeks, and I'm on it. Assistant Manager O'Neill. That's me.
Oh, Rims, I'm so happy for you.
Thanks. It's the best break I got since I met you. I'll miss you, Bobby.
You'll be there a long time, Rims. It's so easy to forget.
Well, it will be for you. Well, that's the way it should be. Forget me. Nah, I'm talking too much. I guess it's the motion of the bus.
Don't stop. Why should I forget you?
Well, the best reason in the world. Mengel, the boss. Why not? He's worth plenty and not a bad guy. A little old, maybe.
He asked me to marry him.
Marry him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when's it coming off?
Never.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can do an awful lot with a bankroll like Mingle's. You better think it over.
Haven't I, though?
Look at me, Bobby. I won't be seeing you for a long time. Maybe never. It's like you always say, anything can happen. I don't know how to put it. I think I'm pretty quick on the trigger, and yet when it comes to... forget it.
Say it, Ring. Please say it.
Okay, here it is. It's 81st Street, now stop. Hang on, here's where we get off.
You just heard was Oh My Goodness.
But, Father, you don't
For the last
understand.
time, Florrie,
Program comes to you
don't worry about
Wednesday night feature
that. That girl
over
can
the
take
street.
care of herself.
When we bring you the
Better than you
dance
can.
to the most
Yeah,
popular
maybe Rimsey O'Neill will bring her home on a bus like he did last night. So very romantic.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, stop worrying.
Next week,
She'll be home soon.
football
And
season
turn off that radio.
All right. After all, Father, she's my sister. Some member of the family's got to take an interest in her.
At times you're very droll, my dear. Florrie, I'm terribly fond of you. You're such an interesting girl. So little sincerity, so much curiosity. By the way, where is your husband?
Willie's home.
Minding the baby?
Yeah.
I thought so. Poor Willie.
Sometimes, Father, I don't know what to make of you. You say I'm insincere. Well, if that's the truth, why am I so against Bobby going with her boss?
I don't know, but there's a catch somewhere.
Of course there is. Mr. Mingle's too old. All he thinks of is business. He's never home. Oh, sit still, Father. I'll answer. Hello. Oh, yes, Rims. No, she isn't. Well, we're expecting her any minute. Oh, I don't know about that. You see, she's just coming home to dress. She's got a date tonight.
Florrie.
Shh, Father. Oh, that's a shame. Of course, she'll be glad to see you, Rims, but she won't have much time. Yes, I'll tell her just as soon as she comes in. What? Oh, you'll call back in half an hour. Okay. Well, if I don't see you, lots of luck in Buenos Aires. You are going, aren't you? Splendid. Yes, well, goodbye.
Florrie, why did you tell that young fellow Bobby was going out? You know she isn't.
Hello, everybody. Bobby, dear.
Oh, hello, Bobby. Didn't hear you come in.
I haven't seen you for ages.
One kiss is plenty, my sweet. How's the baby?
Oh, fine.
Dinner?
Hours ago.
Bobby,
Yes, Florrie, with Mr. Mangle. He talked to me for hours and I didn't hear a word he said.
Bobby, the least you could do would be to...
He'll say it over again. He won't mind. And if he does, he can always fire me.
Someone just phoned you, Maria. Your sister took the message.
Oh, yes. Rims O'Neill.
Rims? What did he say?
I don't know what he said, but Florrie said plenty.
Oh, first he wanted to know if you were going to be in this evening.
Well, that was an easy one to answer.
But you're not. You're going to a dance.
With Rims?
Bobby, you're so terribly innocent. I told Rims someone was taking you to a dance.
Florrie, you couldn't.
Now, don't get hysterical. Why, tell him you're going to be at home sitting on the edge of a chair waiting for him to call.
But that's not so, Florrie.
Yes, well, now run along, Father. There's something I want to say to Bobby.
Again? Oh, very well. Let me know when you're ready. I'll drive you over to your place.
Listen, Florrie, what right did you have telling Rims
Now,
that?
take a tip from your big sister and remember this. If you want a man to get interested in you, just let him see you going right out the front door with somebody else. Now, leave everything to me, Bobby, and before you know it, Rims O'Neill will be proposing.
You're rather tiresome tonight, Florrie.
Even so, I'm not through. Now, run along inside and put that new black velvet on. You were going to a dance. When Rims calls again, well, tell him to meet you someplace. Nice, quiet place. Tell him you've got a date with Fred, but you'll try and break it.
You're impossible.
And so are you without any decent makeup on. If you hurry, I'll help you.
Well, you must think I'm mad about Rims.
Well, I know you're about to lose him to the Republic of Argentina if you don't get some little sense in that pretty head.
Well, I do like him, Florrie, but I also like the butcher, the man who sells the papers on the corner, and on rare occasions I even like you.
All right, forget it. Don't do it. Because if you did, he might ask you to marry him. He might stay in New York, and oh, dear. It'd be such a bother to turn him down.
There's an evil genius about you, Florrie. Oh, I'm beginning to weaken. It's hateful and dishonest, and I'll never forgive myself whatever happens.
Well, do as I say, and only one thing can happen. Hurry up, Bobby. You've been dressing for hours.
All right, but you insisted on the black velvet. Florrie, stay away from that phone. Hello? Oh, hello, Rims. Well, I was, but... Yes, 10 o'clock? Oh, I'm quite sure I'll be able to break away. Oh, no, don't bother. I'll take a cab. Where? Sancho? Splendid. Goodbye, Rin. Well, you heard, Florrie. Sancho's at 10. I'd better leave now.
Well, let me look at you. Yes, you're really a beautiful girl in velvet.
I'll say goodbye to Father.
Oh, just a minute. Darling, if the dress should fail, and if you knew just half a dozen sentences that would make Rims propose, would you say them?
Of course I wouldn't. But, Florrie, he's sailing Saturday.
Well, it's so easy. Look, dear, I'm writing it down. Can you read my shorthand? I, too, was once a struggling young secretary.
Yes, I can read it.
Then you're going to take this little card and put it in your purse. And when you're in some nice, secluded corner in Sancho's, you're going to open your purse for a handkerchief. And then you're going to leave the purse open so you can see the card.
Oh, Florrie, you're priceless. I'm beginning to enjoy you.
Well, now for the bylaws. Rule number 1. Remember to cry.
Well, I can't cry on order.
Oh, yes, you can, my dear. He'll ask you what's the matter, and then you'll say these words written in my fine Italian shorthand. Oh, I'm so tired of everything, Rims, and I'm afraid I'm not very good company. And he'll say, oh, yes, you are, at which point his arms will go round you.
Nothing to it, is there?
No, it gets easier all the time. You just turn your face away and say, Rims, dear, sometimes you're the only person in the world I can talk to, and sometimes I can't bear to talk to anyone else.
I'll do nothing of the sort.
Then you continue, Bobby, watch me while I write this, won't you? You say, Rims, don't you ever get tired of poor me? Ever?
And then he'll say, never. Very simple.
Of course. You're such a darling, Rims, and it's going to be so awfully hard.
What is?
That's just what he'll say. What is? And you'll reply, well, marrying somebody else. Now, that'll shock him for a few seconds. Bobby, are you getting married? Oh, Rims, a girl has to get married sometimes, you know. While she's got a chance.
Florrie, when you die, I'm going to have you mounted for the museum.
Well, I'm not through yet. Listen. Rims will ask you how many proposals you get in a week.
Or some variation on the theme.
Yes, and your response is, I've had 2 proposals every other week for 2 weeks or something. And he'll look at you soulfully and whisper, now, kid, you don't mean you're set to marry somebody. And you'll say...
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. And you'll say, Fred or Bill or Johnny wants me to marry him, and he's awfully in love with me, and I don't want to go on working forever. Whereupon Rims comes through with the closing lines, well, Bobby, if you're getting married this season, why not marry me? And there you are.
He'll never say it.
Why not?
Because he isn't a sap, for one thing. And for another, it isn't fair, and I wouldn't do it.
My darling, how do people get married?
I don't know.
I'll say you don't. Here's the card, and don't forget to cry, Mrs. Rims O'Neill.
This way, senor. Will this table be all right?
Sure, Sancho. Swell.
May I take the lady's case?
Thank you.
Bobby. Hey, you're a dream in that dress. Here, stand still. Let me look at you.
You like it?
Do I? Why haven't I seen you in that before?
Well, I just made it.
You made it? Hey, I wish you'd make my clothes for me for a while. I'd have them falling for me from the 3rd-story windows.
Oh, any old clothes will do in Buenos Aires. They say they fall very easily down there.
Yeah.
They say it's the climate.
I'll bet the climate can't raise them any sweeter than you are, because they don't come any sweeter. Oh, I've been dying to talk to you. I haven't seen you for a week, you know.
Well, it isn't my fault you haven't seen me.
Nobody's seen me. I haven't been able to see myself in the mirror at the rate I've been traveling. I've learned more about the Argentine in the last week than I ever knew about New York. Principal cities, population, railroads, rates of exchange, taxes, politics. The works. You ought to hear old Juan giving me a quiz.
So you're really going?
Sure. You know, I don't know a thing about it, but Juan's been coaching me, and I've been studying so hard I haven't had a chance to get away. You know, every night I thought maybe I could get away, and then, well, something came up and I couldn't.
Oh, I know.
You know, I haven't seen you since, well...
Think hard.
Gosh, it seems like a month.
Just a week ago tonight.
So you're right. You mean I haven't seen you since that night on the bus?
Really, don't you remember?
This thing's got me screwy, Bobby. I wish you were coming along. Well, certainly a nice spring while it lasted, huh?
The best I ever had, Rin.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bobby, I'll never see a Fifth Avenue bus without thinking of you. Never.
You won't see one for a while, though.
Yeah, it's true. But a postcard at Grant's Tomb or Central Park would do just as well, wouldn't it?
I'll send you one with an X to mark the spot on it.
Which spot, though? The route sprinkled with them.
Well, where you read your poem to me, for instance.
Wasn't much of a poem, if you ask me.
Oh, Rims, it was a lovely poem.
Well, I thought it was pretty good at the time, but I guess it was pretty bad. I don't think I'll try poetry again for a while.
Not till you fall in love again, I suppose.
Well, no, I guess not.
Well, anyway, it's the only poem anybody ever wrote for me. When Bobby comes to the office, the boss takes off his frown. She wears a coat of powder blue and a powder blue gown. She sits upon her office chair.
You always make me think it's good the way you say it. Oh, you've been swell, Bobby. To break a date for me like this, why?
But you'll be leaving so soon, Rims.
Yeah, that's why I had to see you, to talk with you.
About what?
But, do you think it's a good thing, me going to South America?
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, well, what I mean is, don't you think it's a good thing for a young fellow to see the world a little when he gets a chance so he can kind of make up his mind what he wants to do?
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm going, really. I'm not so sure it's any great shakes of an opening, but I've never been much of anywhere, and it's a chance. Well, it's a kind of an adventure, don't you see?
Yes, I see.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm going.
Yes.
And Bobby.
Yes?
You've been wonderful to me.
We did have a nice spring together, didn't we?
Yeah. You've been marvelous.
Well, it's summer now.
Uh-huh. Bobby, could I kiss you just once?
Oh, well, if you wish. Perhaps we better run along. Where's my purse?
Oh, well, here it is. But it's so early, Bobby.
Well,
What? Bobby, you're crying.
Oh, Rims, I'm so tired of everything, Rims. I'm afraid I'm not very good company.
Oh, yes, you are, Bobby.
Oh, Rims, dear.
Yeah?
Rims, sometimes you're the only person in the world I can talk to. Sometimes I can't bear to be with anybody else.
Oh, gee, Bobby.
Oh, you're such a darling.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, but you are. And it's going to be so awfully hard.
What is?
Marrying somebody else.
You getting married?
Well, Rims, a girl has to get married sometime, while she's still got a chance.
Yeah, I suppose you get chances, all right.
Yes.
Lots of them, I suppose, huh?
Well, I've had 2 every other week for 2 weeks.
Say, look here. You don't mean you're making up your mind to marry somebody in particular? Mingle?
Oh, no, Rims. Fred wants me to marry him. He's awfully in love with me, and I don't want to go on working forever.
Oh, I see. I didn't know you felt that way about it.
Well, I don't really. I was just joking. You better go. I wouldn't marry anyone. No, not even you.
You wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, yes, you will. I mean...
Do you want me to?
Oh, there's nothing else I want more. Oh, Bobby.
But you're going to South America.
South America? No, darling. Somebody else can go to South America.
In a minute, we'll go on with the story of Saturday's Children. But first, let's look in on a bridge party in Pasadena given for Helen's birthday. A big cake with candles is being brought in. Jane and Alida are watching from the doorway.
Say, Alida, do you suppose those candles are meant to fool us? Helen's 36 or she's a day.
Meow. She's only 29.
Oh, she must be older.
No, she's not. What made you think she was?
Well, her face doesn't look so old, but I always judge by hands. And Helen's hands look as if she's at least 35.
Well, they're dishpan hands. It's a shame Helen doesn't use Lux. It would keep her hands soft and young-looking.
Well, let's both tell her to switch to Lux.
Don't let anybody you know get old-looking hands from washing dishes. They needn't if they use Lux for dishes. Tell them it's a regular beauty treatment right in the dishpan. Soaps containing harmful alkali leave hands rough, red, and work-worn. Lux has no harmful alkali to dry out the natural oils of the skin. It leaves hands soft and smooth and well-groomed. And it's a very inexpensive beauty secret. A big box will do all the dishes for over a month. That means for considerably less than a cent a day, you can use Lux for dishes. Remember to start tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Our play, Saturday's Children, starring Robert Taylor and Olivia De Havilland, with Mona Barry and Fred Perry, continues from the Lux Radio Theater. 4 months have passed since Bobby put Flowery's scheme to its test, made Rims forget all thoughts of South America, and led the willing groom to the altar. We find the couple in their little apartment in mid-Manhattan. Supper is over. And while Bobby washes the dishes, Rim searches for a cigarette.
Hey, Bobby, see my cigarettes around?
Poor Rims. You are helpless, darling. There they are.
Oh, thanks. Hey, there's only one left.
Well, this morning you said you'd bring home a carton. Forget?
No, I didn't forget. Only I was running so low in cash.
But you got paid today.
Well, it's all right, honey. Don't bother.
Rims, I don't understand. You never seem to have any money.
Well, the truth is I made a couple of football bets. Well, I lost.
Oh, Rims. Rims, we've got to stick to our budget or we'll never come out even. I went over everything this afternoon. Here it is, Rims. The treasurer's report, and you've got to read it. You see, we get $260 a month.
Here, let me see that thing a minute. 60 for rent, 35 groceries, 45 on the furniture, 20 my allowance, 14 insurance, and light, gas, ice.
Leaving exactly $66 a month.
66? Hey, darling, you're marvelous.
Well, I didn't say we could save that much. We've got to have clothes and pay the dentist. But if we don't use some kind of system, it's just going to keep on disappearing. Rims, I'm going to keep note of every cent I spend. Now, if you do the same, well, we can go over it every night and...
Yeah, looks like a lot of swell evenings ahead of us.
Oh, please, Rims.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you want me to make account for every penny I spend?
Well, must you look at it that way?
Well, that's what it amounts to, isn't it?
Well, I guess that's that. I'll finish the dishes.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me look at those figures. Oh, I thought something was wrong.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
When you say we get $260 a month, it matters.
Well, Rims, I spent all afternoon checking things a dozen different ways.
Yeah, but you're still wrong. I get $40 a week. That makes about $170 a month.
Oh, what a fool.
Where did you get $260?
Well, Rims, I must be crazy. I put down 60 a week.
60?
Well, you told me Mr. Mingle had spoken about a raise.
Sure, he spoke about it all right.
Well, I kept on thinking about the new salary. I figured everything on 60 a week.
Yeah, some difference. Now, there's just no use, Bobby. Every month we take in $170 and spend $183.
Oh, Rims, I wish I hadn't quit my job.
Well, we both couldn't work in the same office after we got married.
Well, other people do. It wouldn't have mattered.
Nothing doing. They'd say I wasn't man enough to support my wife, and they'd be right.
But it would double our income, Rims. Don't you see how easy it would be if I took my job back?
Double our income. I know that. I know you were making as much as I am. What do you want me to do about it?
Rims.
Now, get this straight. I won't have you sitting in Mingle's private office all day. It was bad enough before we got married.
Don't talk to me like that, Rims. Don't talk to me like
You're
that.
my wife, and you'll do as I say, or...
How I loathe that word.
What word?
Wife. I won't be a wife. It sounds fat and stupid. I wish we hadn't gotten married.
Oh, so that's it.
I wish you'd gone to South America.
Not half as much as I do.
When?
No, you don't like to hear the truth, do you? Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going, see? I'm going out alone.
Let me have a package of cigarettes.
Yes, sir. Right away. I'll get them for you.
Hello, Rims.
Now, hello, Willie. How's my little brother-in-law?
Where's Bobby?
Home, I guess.
Well, what's the matter, old man? Something wrong?
Anything wrong for a man to go for a walk and stop in at the corner stationery store to play a game of pinball? Well, is there?
I'm sorry. I just stopped in at the cigar counter. I thought I'd say hello.
All right, hello.
Oh, if there's anything I can do...
Yeah, there's plenty you can do. You and that wife of yours. Keep away from my home. Keep away from Bobby.
You don't have to talk so loud, Rim.
I guess I'm going nuts.
No, I try to reason with Florrie. We shouldn't drop in on you so much.
Yeah, last night and the night before and the night before that.
I know. I guess Florrie's kind of inquisitive.
You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault, Willie.
Well, thanks, Rims.
If it isn't her father or her mother or Florrie or you, then it's money. If I was only in Buenos Aires, I'd have a home and servants. I'd have a car. What's the use?
Is the family so bad, Rims?
Yeah, no more than my family would be, I guess.
Well, take it easy, Rims. No, I went through the whole thing. I know. Besides, I got a kid.
And a decent job.
That'll come, too.
Maybe. Last week they gave a party for a man in the office. Al McIntyre. He got me my job. But could I buy a ticket? No. A ticket cost $5. How do you think I felt walking in the office the next day? $5, Willie. 5 measly bucks that had to go to pay the rent.
Well, I guess it's just as hard on Bobby, Rims.
Yeah, don't you think I feel that, too? She's changed, or I've changed. I can't understand it. All day long I think about her. I think how swell it's going to be to go home and be with her alone. Then when I get home, all I see is bills and relations and a sink full of dishes. That isn't swell, Willie. That's just a flat. And Bobby and I are just two ordinary married people. Then I do what I did tonight. Make a mess of things. Shoot the works. But I can't help it. I hate it, Willie. I hate it.
I know, but calm down. Now, take it easy.
Get out of my store. I should hear your troubles. Nah, I got my own troubles. Maybe you should hire a hole.
Why, you old...
Now, listen, don't hit me.
Wait a minute now. Getting tough won't help you. Look, why don't you phone Bobby and tell her you're sorry, huh?
Phone her. Tell her I'm sorry. Crawl. For what? For being alive? Not me. As far as I'm concerned, Bobby can... Hello. The line must be out of order. Oh, it couldn't be busy for 40 minutes. It's my house. I'm trying to get my wife. Don't you understand? How could it be busy? All right, never mind. Forget it. I said forget it.
Oh, come in, Florrie.
Well, why the long face?
Rims and I. Another battle. I thought perhaps it was he coming home.
Oh, who won this time?
Well, I'm afraid we both lost. Don't smile, Florrie. It's not funny.
You child, it is funny. You're just going through a period of adjustment. Willie and I are nearing the end of our period of adjustment. Willie still struggles faintly.
Well, if that's marriage, Florrie, I don't want to be married. This bickering, it just about kills me to quarrel with Rim. Oh, Florrie, I don't know what to do.
He's the one you wanted. Now he's yours, so why worry about it?
But it can't go on like this. He'll leave me or I'll leave him.
Then there's only one answer left.
I wish I thought there was. One answer left.
There is. A child.
But if we can't get along now...
Well, it'll make you so much more important, don't you see?
Oh, I don't want to be important.
Not to Rims?
Only to Rims.
And as long as Rims has only you, well, he's really free. But just you tie him down with a family and he'll say... Well, he used to have all the answers, but not anymore. Not since the baby.
But to keep a man that way, it's terrible.
Oh, it's been going on for a long, long time, my dear, and it works. He'll be humble and happy.
It's another scheme, like the questions you wrote down on a piece of paper.
It worked out, didn't it?
Yes, only I wish I'd never done it.
Well, it was the only way you could get Rims to marry you, and you know it. Now, I tell you, the only way you can hold him is
Don't get up. It's just the old man. Door's open. I came in.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Where's Mother?
Too tired. Went to bed.
Well, Grandpa, aren't you going to sit down?
Yes, and leave off that grandpa stuff.
Why, you precious old dear, ashamed of being Grandpa?
Wait till you're a grandma and see how it feels.
Well, Bobby, I must run along.
Not so soon, Florrie.
Yes, I really must. Well, good night, Bobby, and don't forget.
Good night.
Bobby, there's something wrong. I saw it last night when I was here and the night before. What is it?
Then it's as plain as all that?
Well?
It's Rims. It's us, Dad. It's money and dishpans and bills, and somewhere under the heap of Rims and I, and pretty soon we'll never be able to find each other again.
Bobby, if you and I had only talked that night, the night before you two decided to get married.
What would you have said?
That you're too young to get married. You haven't had any fun yet. He hasn't money enough to support you. Why should he support you? You're his economic equal.
Perhaps I should have gone on working. But if I had, I might have lost him.
Not as surely as you're losing him now. It used to be a love affair, didn't it?
Yes.
Now, what is it?
Grocery bills, mostly.
I'm sorry.
Father, if a woman has a husband and she wants to keep him all her life, then isn't a child the best thing, isn't it?
Bobby.
It's true, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It will hold him. And you, too.
You don't understand me, Father.
Bobby, what's happening to your honesty?
Oh, I'm young and foolish, and Rims is everything in the world to me, and I'm afraid I'll lose him.
Think it over, Bobby. Think hard.
Bobby.
Hello, Rims.
You should have gone to bed. It's pretty late.
I've had a chance to do a lot of thinking, Rims. Here alone in the dark.
Bobby, please, I tried to get you on the telephone to say how rotten I felt about what had happened. They said the line was busy. I guess that's pretty hard to believe, isn't it?
The line was busy, Rims. I was speaking with Mr. Mangle.
Mangle?
Yes, he offered me my old job back.
Yeah, well, no wife of mine is going to work.
I know you said that before. But I've been thinking about what he told me and what Florrie told me.
Oh, so she was here again. Well, I'm glad I kept walking.
And what Dad told me.
Bobby, hadn't we better turn in? Tomorrow, maybe...
It's got to be now, Rims.
Yeah, okay.
I'm being honest with you, Rims. More honest than I've been since we were married. I tricked you once. I almost tricked you a second time.
Tricked me?
Yes, I tricked you into marrying me. Think back, Rims. It's all so obvious. And I almost tricked you into being with me forever, whether you wanted to or not. Thank heaven that is not my conscience, too.
Listen, Bobby. I don't know just what you're talking about, but I do know this. I've been thinking tonight, too. A man gives up a lot when he gets married. As long as he's single, he owns the earth. But when he's married, his time's not his own. His money's not his own. He's got to keep on working whether he wants to or not, and there's the devil to pay if he spends an extra dime. Whenever I got tired of my job, I used to quit. If I didn't like one town, I tried another. Now I can't.
Why not?
Because I got a wife and a family.
Am I a family? I won't be a wife. I won't be a family. It's me, Rims, me.
All right, be yourself.
Yes, you gave up a lot, and I gave up a lot to cook your meals, keep this house, and wash your dishes. And every time I get $1 for myself, I have to ask for it. It's degrading.
It's your home.
It's not mine. It's all yours. You earn the money, so it's all yours.
That's right, rub it in. I don't earn enough.
Well, you don't. And I know what I can do.
Well, you won't work for Mengel. I won't have it. I gave up a lot to keep this place going, and it's going to be the way I want it from now on.
That's all I wanted to hear, Rims. I'm going.
Bobby.
Take care of it. It's all yours. And the dishes are still not washed. The hot water's in the right-hand tap. I'm running along, Rims, and I'm not coming back.
All right, but if you work for Mengel, I quit.
I don't care where you go, Rims. It's a free country. Goodbye.
Bobby, don't go. Bobby.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday's Children, starring Robert Taylor and Olivia De Havilland, continues shortly. The population of Hollywood is only 165,000. Yet there is more clothing here than any place, except the garment center of New York. The reason is that every studio must keep a tremendous wardrobe on hand. Dressmakers, tailors, jewelers, beaters, leatherworkers, and shoemakers are constantly filling new studio orders. The results of their labors reveal the history of the world in dress. Tonight we hear from the wardrobe director of Paramount Studio, who orders 10,000 costumes a year and knows where he can put his hand on every one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frank Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's easy to understand how costumes accumulate in the thousands. A star never wears the same dress in 2 pictures, while when a DeMille film is finished, we usually have to build an annex.
You should be used to me by this time, Frank. We've worked together for nearly 20 years.
And I think the first job you gave me was the toughest. That called for a silver-plated suit of armor in a day when there were no armors in this part of the country. Geraldine Farrar wore it and Joan the woman. It cost $2,500, and we have it yet.
Still, you weren't upset when I asked for 5,000 suits of armor for the Crusades.
That's because you gave me the chief armor of the Metropolitan Museum of Art to help me construct them. Aging costumes is actually a lot harder than creating new costumes. To make a new costume show wear quickly, we use blowtorches, sandpaper, oil, stain, and wax. Of course, the greater part of our wardrobe, and this will interest the ladies, is made up of beautiful costumes fashioned from the daintiest and most gorgeous fabrics. That, Mr. DeMille, is where Lux comes in. We found the surest way to safeguard these costumes is by using Lux Flakes. And no wardrobe man ever goes out on location without enough flakes to take care of the company's laundry. It's not only best, it's the easiest soap to use.
Well, after your success with metal costumes, I hear you're now making them out of glass.
Yes, you remember we made the first glass ones for you in Forbidden Fruit. Mm-hmm. And now we're making glass hats for the dances in College Holiday, Jack Benny's new picture. Fashions and materials change almost as often as fashions and clothes. And 2 dresses hanging in the Paramount Wardrobe Department give a good illustration of how styles change. One costume worn by Mary Bryan is from the 1840 period. The other was used by Clara Bow. Mary's dress required 288 yards of materials. Clara Bow's only 3.5 yards. So there you are. Now to you and Lux, my appreciation and good night.
Good night, Frank. Good night. Robert Taylor as Rims O'Neill and Olivia De Havilland as Bobby Harrington continue now in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Saturday's Children. 3 weeks have gone by. With their last quarrel, Bobby left Rims and is once again working for Franz Mengel. Rims has found another job. Believing that Mengel and Bobby are extending their association beyond business, Rims goes to the Mengel Company's offices. As he waits in the hall near the elevator, watching for the pair he suspects, he is greeted by a former co-worker.
Well,
Say, I'm glad to see you. Coming in, aren't you?
No, I'm staying out here, Keith. I'm waiting for someone.
Bobby?
Maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, we miss you around here plenty. One of the boys said you got a job right after you quit.
Yeah, same kind of job, same salary. Guess I was lucky, though.
Oh, there goes Mengel. Hey, he'll be glad to see you.
Yeah, there goes Mengel. Mengel and my wife. That's what I came to see. I'm sorry to tear away from you, Keith. I'm taking the next elevator.
What, get your paper.
Johnny, give me a paper, will you?
Oh, Mr. O'Neill. Sure. Like old times having you for my customer again.
Johnny, did you see Mr. Mengel come out of the building?
Yeah, sure. There's his car over there. Just pulling it out. I guess you just missed it.
Thanks, Johnny. No, I haven't missed him. Hey, taxi.
Cab, sir?
Yeah, that gray sedan with the chauffeur. Follow it.
Yes, sir.
Here's where you live now, eh, Bobby?
4 doors down on the right.
4 doors down on the right, Michael.
Yes.
Since you refused to have dinner with me, Bobby, at least you let me escort you in.
Of course. But the door must be open.
Door? What door?
The door of my elaborate one-room suite. You should hear Mrs. Gorlick, the landlady. When gentlemen visit, the door must always be open. At 10 o'clock, the gentlemen go. But this gentleman is going before 10 o'clock.
Well, just as you say, Bobby. I'll be down in a few moments, Michael.
Very good, sir.
That's it just ahead, buddy. Gray sedan.
Okay, here you are.
Thanks.
Well, Rims. Picketing the boarding house?
Oh, hello, Mr. Harrington.
Bobby didn't tell me she'd been in touch with you. Are you coming up?
No, I haven't been near Bobby for 3 weeks. I just followed her here. That's Mengel's car over there. He's upstairs.
Rims, when are you going to learn that Mengel means nothing to Bobby? Nothing more than a good friend.
No, I've seen what I came to see, Mr. Harrington. Guess I'll be going.
If you just wait a second more, you'll see that car drive away.
What do you mean?
I mean that Mengel brought my daughter home and is leaving. There he goes now. Rims, did you ever think you may be underestimating Bobby?
You think I am?
Well, maybe I'm underestimating you.
Suppose you figured I was enjoying myself. My wife's left me. Now's my chance to step out. Well, why not? She does.
That's funny.
Yeah, very funny.
Because if there was one thing in the world she wanted, it was you. I know.
Listen, Mr. Harrington, I called her up. She said she can't see me. Then I tried to forget her, but it wasn't any use. I don't want anything else in the world except Bobby. She's gone. She doesn't need me. She's having a good time.
Yes?
Yeah, last night I hung around the office, same as tonight. I had to see her. And what happens? She comes out with Mengel. They went to dinner. I saw them. Then came back here, chauffeur and all. He went away pretty soon. I don't know what's the matter with me. I used to have a little sense about girls, I mean. Now I act like a stupid dummy. You don't know what it's like.
Oh, don't I, though? You're lucky, Rims. You don't know how lucky you young fellows are. When a man's young, he makes love. When he's middle-aged, he makes money, or tries to. And when he's old, well, he makes his soul. I never could make anyone to speak of. And I know it's about time I made my soul. But I'd rather be young and make love to a girl who was in love with me. There's nothing like it.
Well, if she were in love with him, she wouldn't have gone away.
You went away too, Rims. Maybe she left you because she was in love with you.
Maybe.
Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. I'll be back, I guess. I thought I had this thing all figured out. I'll have to begin all over again.
I'm going up to see Bobby now. Join me a little later. I want to speak to her first.
She was too proud to see me, Mr. Harrington.
You speak of pride. Rims.
Good night.
Ah, you poor fool.
It's only a room, Dad. Not like the other house. But it's not too bad.
Of course not. I lived in a lot of these places before I was married, and they haven't changed the carpet on the stairs of any one of them.
Well, it's a good place to be alone in. That's what I wanted.
Well, almost 10 o'clock. Well, Bobby, your old room at home is waiting for you anytime you're ready.
No, I can't go back, Dad. I'll be right where I started, all over again.
At least you could close your door there. The landlady insists I keep this open. She's thrilled outside your father.
Yes,
steps upstairs where the door's open.
Thank you.
Dad, did you hear? Rims. It sounded like Rims.
Hello, Bobby.
Hello, Rims.
Well, my boy, I'd like you to meet a nice girl. My daughter, Mr. O'Neill, a working girl. But she has class. Well, now, if you'll excuse me,
Dad.
Good night.
Good night, Father. I guess you wondered how I found you. No. He didn't tell me. I followed you here. You and Mingle.
Oh. Is that why you're here now?
No.
Then what is it?
Oh, I don't know, Bobby. I guess it doesn't matter.
That's just what does matter.
Yeah?
You might at least sit down.
Thanks.
I hear you have a new job.
Yes.
How's it going?
Okay.
Jobs are all pretty much alike.
Yeah, sure they are.
What business is it?
Automatic mooring winches.
Oh, yes. Are many of them used?
What?
These,
automatic... Oh, yes, sure, you'd be surprised. Same salary.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have to apologize for this place. It's not very...
Well, you're in it, aren't you?
Thanks, Randy.
Bobby.
Yes?
I came here all set to say something, but I can't seem to find the words.
What is it, Rims?
Well, I came to ask if you hadn't had enough of all this, and maybe you'd come back home now.
No, Rims.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Only I'm on my own now, and I'm going to use my own judgment.
Such as it is?
Exactly. You use yours such as it is, and you haven't any guardian.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't care about me anymore.
Yes, I do.
You still won't try again?
No, Rims. What we wanted was a love affair, wasn't it? Just to be together and let the rest go hang. What we got was a house and bills and arguments. Do you know what I think a love affair is? It's when the whole world is trying to keep two people apart and they insist on being together.
That about lets me out, doesn't it?
Does it?
Oh, but what here's time is, gentlemen callers mean open doors, and I mean business. Another thing, it's 2 minutes after 10, and I've got to lock the front door.
I forgot to tell you, Rims. Thank you, Mrs. Gorlick. Mr. O'Neill was just going.
Yes, I know. The gentlemen are always get the door.
Well, I guess that's that.
Good night.
When do I see you?
Whenever you like.
How do I see you? By appointment?
Well, I'm not very busy. If we never had been married and I was just a girl you wanted to see sometime, how would you manage it?
Well, I could call you up tomorrow and take you for a bus ride, I suppose, and then dinner at Child's. That'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it?
I'd like it. Why don't you?
Well, I don't want to go bus riding. Oh, Bobby, won't you come back? We could...
You never really wanted to get married, did you? Tell me the truth.
I wanted you.
Oh, of course you did, but you didn't want a house. I wanted you, but I didn't want a house, and I don't know.
How do I know you won't fall for somebody else sometime if you leave here?
You don't.
Oh.
How do I know you won't fall for somebody else? I don't. I don't want to. Rims, you want to see me unless you just can't keep away. You used to know me so well you didn't like me. You used to know where I was and what I was doing all the time, and it was all wrong, and we won't have any more of it.
All right.
So, now we're really free.
I said all right. I don't give a hoop about that.
Well, what do you give a hoop about?
How about you, darling? Can't you see it? Don't you see I can't get along without you? I can't stand being away from you all the time. I keep waking up at night thinking of you.
So do I.
Bobby, the house is standing there, waiting for us.
No, I'm sorry. It'll just have to wait. I got you into it in the first place, and you didn't like it. And now we're out of it.
But listen, that isn't a bad little house as houses go.
Any house is bad enough. You have a house and you get bills and dishpans and quarrels.
Is that all you got?
Just about.
Well, I don't know what you want.
Oh, I don't either. I only know what I don't want.
All right, I get it.
Rims. Oh, never even said goodbye. Rims, come in off that fire escape.
Okay. You know, I was just thinking, it's pretty early, and if you wanted to, we could take a bus ride. We used to take bus rides a long time ago.
I'd love to, Rims.
Bobby, what's going to happen to us? Are we going to get a divorce?
If you like.
Will you marry me again if we do?
Oh, Rims. Oh, Rims, darling. Would you try it all over again?
With you, Bobby? Sure.
We don't want a house, Rims. We don't want anything, only ourselves.
That's about all we have left, Bobby. Only ourselves. Oh, Bobby, darling.
There's one thing more that may be left if we hurry.
What more could there be?
A seat on top of a bus for two.
Step lively, please.
I'd like to know when we get to Riverside Drive.
Yes, lady, I'll tell you when we get there.
Sort of like old times, Bobby, isn't it?
Oh, Rims, darling, what happened to us?
We've learned so much, Bobby. They'll never happen again.
Rims?
Yes.
Rims, our house, it's only 2 blocks more.
Bobby, let's go back, huh?
Bills and dishes and all?
Yeah.
Oh, I love them, Rims. We'll never leave it again.
I asked you this once before, Bobby. I've never meant it so much since.
Yes, Rims?
Do you mind if I kiss you?
Oh, no, Rims. Put your arms around me and don't ever take them away as long as we live.
No, darling, not as long as we live.
Conductor! Conductor!
Yes, lady?
They're actually kissing each other. It's a disgrace. Stop it at once.
Oh, let them alone, lady. Wait till they've been married for a few months. They don't know what it's all about.
We say good night to Saturday's children, but Robert Taylor and Olivia De Havilland will be back in a moment to say good night to us. Writers, like painters, often live for their art, but have trouble making a living at it. Prior to 1913, motion pictures were all visual narrative, constructed by actors, cameramen, and directors. Stories and dramatic situations were alien to them, and writers wrote only for print or stage. Today, writers are among the highest paid of studio personnel. William Koenig is an expert on their wares. Beginning as an usher, he became a stage director, manager of leading theaters throughout the country, and for the last 15 years has been responsible for many policies vitally affecting the motion picture business. Today, he is general manager of Universal Pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Koenig.
With motion picture producers paying anywhere from $1,000 to $100,000 for a single story, it's no wonder that every writer tries to point his pen toward Hollywood. But the very fact that these tremendous prices are paid is the best indication of the urgent need for good material. To find it, picture studios have story representatives in every major city throughout the world in addition to their Hollywood staff.
An interesting sidelight is that during the past 25 years, I know of only 2 suits for plagiarism the studios have had from established authors.
Which is why more than 90% of all film material is bought from well-known writers. Once a story is purchased, it is assigned to a producer. He then turns it over to a studio writer for what is known as a treatment. Revisions are begun, other writers called in, and the final scenario may be the work of from 3 to 10 writers. The author of a book or play seldom works on the screen version. An exception is Eric Hatch, who wrote the original story of My Man Godfrey. Mr. Hatch collaborated with Maury Riskin on the screenplay directed by Gregory LaCava. Many scenes in this film were rewritten after the picture was underway, giving it a freshness, sparkle characteristic of all LaCava pictures. Comedies take the longest time to prepare because they're good, prove very successful moneymakers. A screenwriter must put as much action into 70 minutes of film as you would see in a stage play lasting 2.5 hours. In radio, the time element is still more pressing, and the great job being done by Mr. DeMille and the Lux Radio Theater has won the respect of all Hollywood. Along with stories, our other big need is always for new talent. We're trying something new at Universal by going in for promising young players on a large scale. Of our 100 contract players, 75 have never been before the camera. One of them is Deanna Durbin, only 13 years old and already a sensational success on the air. She will be featured in our new film, 3 Smart Girls, with Barbara Reed and Nan Gray, each only 17 years old. Robert Taylor was barred by Universal from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for a leading role in Magnificent Obsession, directed by John Stahl. we're proud to have contributed to the success of this young star who has become one of the most popular personalities on the screen since Valentino. Bob came to pictures from college, and I feel confident that the next few years will find universities actively training students not only as actors, but as writers, directors, and technicians. Many thanks to you all, and good night.
Good night, Mr. Dennis. Good night, sir. Over 30,000 people paid admissions this summer when Robert Taylor made a personal appearance in the Cotton Bowl at Dallas, Texas. So our audience tonight must reach a staggering figure, with the admirers of Olivia De Havilland swelling the total. Once again, they step before the curtain. Bob Taylor, Olivia De Havilland.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but Bob's the one to do the talking. He used to win prizes for oratory.
Yes. There's one neat little number I once orated called The Peculiar Position Held by School Teachers in Public Society. I think it began something like this.
But we'd much rather hear you play a cello.
I guess you've never heard me play the cello. Well, no. The fact is I left my cello in my other suit.
Well, then tell us how it feels to be a big romantic hero.
What is this? Looks like a conspiracy to embarrass Taylor.
No, not at all, Bob. Not at all. I hear you get more fan mail than anyone in Hollywood. I've had to hire 4 secretaries to handle it.
Oh, please come now. I'm just a small-town boy.
I know, from Philly.
Yeah, I'd call Philadelphia a big town. Besides, Bob's from Nebraska.
Well, I was born in Philly with an F. Philly, like a little mare.
Oh, yeah, one-horse town, huh?
Yes. Well, we did things on the radio, though, and 2 other chaps and myself formed a trio, which we called the Harmony Boys. We sang songs for a company selling harvesting machines. Critics call us the curse of the kilocycles. But those broadcasts with the Harmony Boys gave me the confidence to appear on the top show of the air, the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, after that tribute to Lux in Nebraska, you ought to say, Oyasumi Nasai.
What's that mean?
Well, it's one of the few things I learned as a very small girl in Tokyo. It means good night in Japanese.
All right, then. Oyasumi Nasai. And many thanks.
And good night in English.
Thank you, Mr. Havilland and Mr. Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's program shortly. Our cast tonight included Mona Barry as Florrie, Frederick Perry as Mr. Harrington, Chester Clute as Willie, Leora Thatcher as Mrs. Gorlick, Lou Merrill as Mr. Mingle, Frank Nelson as Keith, and Ross Forrester, Robert Payton, and John Lake. Mr. Havilland appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Mr. Taylor, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. DeMille and Mr. Richardson, Paramount, Mr. Koenig, Universal, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he composed the musical arrangements for their new football film, Pigskin Parade. And now, Mr. DeMille.
For many months, I've looked forward to presenting on this program the star of my new picture, The Plainsman. I'm happy to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in a radio dramatization of one of his greatest successes, The Virginian, adapted from Owen Wister's famous novel. The play will feature Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents The Virginian with Gary Cooper and an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, February 22nd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland in Captain Blood with Basil Rathbun, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Errol Flynn, Olivia De Havilland, Basil Rathbun, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. Our guests, Charles Courtney, underwater treasure seeker, and Douglas MacLean, famous star of Silent Days. Our conductor, Mr. Louis Silvers. Our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, is deep in the bayous of Louisiana, working on his next picture, The Buccaneer. Until his return next Monday night, it is our privilege to bring you again one of motion picture's great personalities, and an old friend, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Herbert Marshall. So, do the makers of Lux Toilet Soap welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Now, a word to the ladies. If you've noticed lately that your shoulders, neck, and back are not as lovely as you'd like them to be, as soft and clear as the skin on your face, then ask yourself this. Are you giving them the very best of care? You probably use Lux Toilet Soap as a complexion soap. Do you use it as a bath soap, too? Lux Toilet Soap's active lather goes deep down into the pores, removes perspiration, every last trace of dust and dirt, keeps neck and back and shoulders smooth. For a quick pick-me-up and to protect daintiness, make Lux Toilet Soap your daily beauty bath. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Good evening, everyone. Many years ago, off the coast of Louisiana, there sailed a pirate named Jean Lafitte, a strange combination of plunderer and patriot, and who, one day, pinched by remorse perhaps, or by a sudden thirsting for new adventure, presented his cutthroats to Andrew Jackson, and thereby brought victory to the United States in the Battle of New Orleans. Tonight, Lafitte claims another British victim, and his name is Herbert Marshall. Lafitte, you see, is the subject of Mr. DeMille's next picture, and right now he's down among the bayous, following the trail of the Buccaneer. He asked me here, so here I am, walking the plank with trembling step and quaking heart, but very thankful that next week Mr. DeMille will bring back in the Lux Theater a radio, and I once again will be able to resume the peaceful obscurity of a listener in. Our story tonight concerns another pirate, Captain Blood, with Errol Flynn in the title role. Born in Ireland, a descendant of Fletcher Christian, who led the historical mutiny on the Bounty, Errol's own adventures in the South Seas before he turned actor read like a page of strangest fiction. Signed by Warner Brothers, he made his first Hollywood success in tonight's story, and his latest film is Green Light. When Olivia De Havilland appeared here last fall, Mr. DeMille told you how Hollywood changed her plans to become a school teacher and overnight made her a brilliant new star. She, too, appeared in Captain Blood and tonight resumes her role of Arabella. Lovely, unspoiled, and with a talent belying her youth. We'll see her shortly and call it a day. With three other good friends in our cast, being here is something of a reunion for me. There's Basil Rathbone, who plays Captain Levasseur. Our Lord Willoughby is that charming gentleman, Henry Stevenson. While Donald Crisp, my fellow Londoner, who started his film career in The Birth of a Nation, is Colonel Bishop. And now, up goes our curtain as the Lux Radio Theater presents Captain Blood, with Errol Flynn, Olivia De Havilland, Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. And here they are. England, in the year 1685. When James II ascended the throne, many of the common people of England rose in angry protest, only to be beaten into submission by the king's soldiers. Those rebels who survived the royal butchery were led to another certain death, a trial by jury in Taunton Castle. We're in the great hall of the castle now. Among the 5 prisoners on trial is Peter Blood, a young Irish physician.
Having no fear of God in your hearts, and being moved and seduced by the devil, you have stirred up war to depose said king. Therefore you are here to be tried before a jury of your peers. The clerk will call the prisoners.
Jeremy Pitt. Yeah? Hold up your hand. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
John Wolverstone. Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Uriah Ogle. Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, praise be to God.
Henry Hagthorpe. Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Peter Blood. Guilty or not guilty?
It's entirely innocent I am.
Are you guilty or not guilty? You must say the right words.
Words, is it? Speaking of words, I'd like to say a few about the injustice of keeping an innocent man locked up for 3 months in such filth and heat and ill-feeding that my chief regret is I did not try to pull down the filthy fellow that sits on the throne.
Silence. Are you entirely ignorant of the proper procedure in court?
I'm most happily ignorant up to now. And I could gladly have done without this acquaintance.
Peter Blood, you were taken into custody at the same time as the other 4 prisoners. You were in their company on the night of the rebellion at Monmouth. Is that true?
Yes, my lord.
Then there is nothing more to be said except the passing of sentence.
May it please your lordship, but there's a deal more to be said. I'm guilty of nothing, your lordship, unless it's to judge the crime that a physician tried to save a man's life.
What's this? Do you tell us you're a doctor, you rogue?
I do, my lord. I was summoned on that night to the side of a dying rebel. I went and was surprised there with the other prisoners.
A doctor? Where are your witnesses?
Jeremy Pitt, who summoned me.
Oh, Master Pitt will testify. He that is himself a confessed traitor. Is that your witness?
I can bring 100 from the town in which I live.
Have done with it. We have no time for all this. Gentlemen of the jury, inasmuch as Peter Blood has admitted aiding a traitor to your king, I hereby instruct you to return a verdict of guilty, that he may be justly punished for his treason.
So, justice has come to that, has it? A man's to be hanged now for doing his duty, huh?
You will not be hanged, Master Blood. His Majesty has graciously commanded that in the future all convicted rebels are to be spared. They're to be sent to the colonies in the West Indies, to be sold as slaves. Clerk, have the prisoners removed. They will sail for the Indies within the fortnight.
Keep us in this hole like rats in a trap. They've no right, I say.
Be quiet, Jeremy Pitt. Keep a hold on yourself.
Then the Lord arose and rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm. Matthew chapter 8, verse 26.
There'll be no calm upon this sea, Master Ogre, until we sight Port Royal. If ever we do sight it. Do you think we will, Peter Blood?
Aye, to our worst luck, Wolverstone. It's the sun that rages there, so I hear. Burns deep into a man's blood till the skin shrivels on his bones.
Oh, God. What has happened to us, Peter?
Oh, we're sweating the fields, Jeremy. First be bought and sold on the auction block like you'd haggle for a pig or a horse. Now count your teeth. Feel your muscles. Put a price on your head small enough to be an insult to a beast. Yes, it's a gay place, the auction block. A fine, gay place.
Line those slaves up there! Line up there! Get in, you swine! Let them feel the whip. They'll move along fast enough. Well, shall we begin the sale, Governor Steve? Oh, no, not yet. We're waiting for Colonel Bishop. Colonel Bishop is here now, Governor Steve. Here comes his carriage. Oh, yes. He's brought his niece, I see. Charming girl. Good afternoon, Colonel Bishop. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Miss Arabella.
How is my darling, the governor, and his foot?
Every day I'm sure my gout can't get any worse, and every day it does.
Let's get on with the sale, Your Excellency.
Oh, of course. My dear Colonel, according to the King's request, it's for you to take first choice, and at your own price.
Egad, they're a weedy-looking lot. Not likely to be of much value on the plantation.
The less you want, the more for Mr. Dixon.
Dixon? Oh, Uncle, I wish you'd buy all the slaves.
Buy them all?
To keep them out of Dixon's hands. I've heard of those mines of his.
And what have you heard?
That they're wet, dark, evil holes. That men can't live there, but die in agony of a horrible lung fever. You can't stand by and see men doomed to that, Uncle.
Arabella, don't be childish. They should have been hanged, drawn, and quartered. Any fate they meet is too good for them. Start the sale.
Here's the best of the lot, Colonel Bishop. His name is Wolverstone. Healthy and strong.
Open your mouth. Good teeth. £15.
Sold. Move along there. Next.
Get up there, you.
Here we are. Here's another good one, Bishop. Peter Blood.
Looks healthy enough. Open your mouth.
Open yours and we'll compare them. I wager my guns are in finer shape.
Who
is this bag of impertinence?
Peter Blood, sir. A doctor he is.
Stand over here. Now, open your mouth, you dog.
If there's a dog here, let him show you his teeth. I'll show mine only to bite.
There's a rebellious rascal, Arabella.
Good for him. He has pride, Governor.
Not so good for him, evidently. His pride will purchase him a ticket for Dixon's mine.
He isn't there yet. Auctioneer,
Miss Arabella?
let me speak to this prisoner.
Speak to a dog. Arabella, get back to the carriage.
Please, Uncle. Peter Blood, you're extremely foolish.
You overwhelm me, my lady.
It's fortunate for you that I'm here to save you.
If you mean by that lofty speech that you'll persuade him to buy me, I'd thank you not to interfere.
Would you? As it happens, you are hardly in a position to have anything to say about it. Uncle, will you buy him, please?
Him I will not. Let him cool his head in Dixon's mines. I'll have none of him.
Uncle.
I say no.
Very well.
Mr. Dixon, will you make a bid?
I'll give £5 to him.
£5. That's an insulting sum to offer.
Well, does anyone ever more?
I do. I'll give £6. I'll give 8.
Arabella, you're making a spectacle of yourself.
Let me be.
£9.
£9, Miss Arabella.
It's a big price to pay for such a silly fellow, but £10.
Sold to Miss Arabella for £10. What do you wish done with him, Miss Arabella?
Oh, well...
Don't be hesitant, my lady. Speak up. You've paid for me.
I trust you've learned your lesson in appreciation. You may join my uncle's slaves.
Thank you. Your very humble slave, my lady.
Arabella, get back to the carriage. Governor Steed will take you to the house.
Of course, of course. This way, Miss Arabella. Oh, blast these bumpy roads. My foot's a bundle of fire.
What does the doctor say, Governor?
Say? He says nothing, of course.
Well, then why not try someone else?
Another doctor? There's only 2 in the whole blasted island, and each is worse than his partner.
There is another now.
Who?
Peter Blood?
Oh, a slave. Would you elevate a slave to be physician to the governor?
Well, why not? If he can help you, you can't tell. He may be very good.
Well, it might be worth a try. I'll have him come and treat me for a while. Why are you laughing?
I'm just thinking how annoyed Peter Blood would be if he knew I'd just done him another favor.
Faster, you swine! Turn that way! Water! Give me water! Water, is it?
Jeremy, pet. Aye, Peter. Go on working. Don't look at me. Aye. I've just come from the boat. It's hidden in South Cove at the end of the path. We'll make a break for it tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, till Wolverstone, Ogle, and Hegthorpe and the others were in with us.
It's a small boat for so many, Peter Blood.
I've looked it over well. I've been there all afternoon. It'll hold the lot of us.
Are you a lot of stores and equipment on board?
Yes, there's enough for it. Careful. There's Bishop.
Peter Blood! Peter Blood, you hear?
Aye, when I'm addressed civilly.
A taste of the lash might improve your hearing.
Uncle, please.
Be quiet. Where have you been?
I've been at my work, attending to the governor at his house.
You lie.
Do I?
The governor's had another attack of gout. He's been screaming for you like a wounded horse all afternoon.
Well, then, it appears I was not at the governor's house.
Where were you then?
Well, I was...
He was with me, Uncle.
Eh?
What's that?
Thank you for protecting my reputation, Dr. Blood. But it was a useless gallantry. My uncle knows that I spend my time with whomever I please.
You might choose your company with better taste. His Excellency is waiting for you, Blood. Farewell, Bishop. I'm coming. Get on up to the house, Blood, and don't delay.
Would you care to drive up, Dr. Blood?
Well, thank you.
Drive on.
Miss Bishop, I'd like to...
You're very welcome, Dr. Blood.
It seems that you're continually doing me favors. Faith, I don't know why.
Neither do I. Yes, I do. It's because you're so very grateful and always thank me so prettily.
Sure, now, you don't blame me for resenting you and your favors.
This is interesting. I've had men tell me they have reasons for admiring me, and some few have even laid claims to reasons for loving me. But for a man to store up reasons for resenting me, how refreshing. You must tell me a few of them.
The first is reason enough. You bought me. I've had no lack of experiences in my life, but to be bought and sold was a new one. And I was in no mood to thank my purchaser. At any rate, I'm unable to stoop to lick up the scraps of favors tossed to me.
I'm glad for that. Next.
Well, I presented you because your name's Bishop. My thoughts have lumped you with your uncle. How was I to know, be dead, that a devil can have... That a devil can have an angel, a niece.
I'm a resentful man. That is a pretty fair compliment. Have you any more reasons for resenting me like that one?
Indeed I have, and the strongest of all. I presented you because I'm a slave and you're beautiful. Do you understand that?
I don't know. If you were to explain further...
No, I've already talked too much. Why did you lie to your uncle? Why did you tell him I was with you?
Why? Dr. Blood, you're a physician and should know. Is it not considered unhealthy for a slave to be seen at a boat?
At a boat? Why should it be?
Boats put out to sea. Slaves may not.
You're jumping at conclusions, aren't you?
Why? This afternoon I happened to drive past the South Cove. Fortunately, I was alone at the time.
I see. Miss Bishop, it's difficult for an Irishman to apologize, but I hope you can forgive me for having thought badly of you.
I will if you tell me what you think of me now.
How I think of you? I think of you as... Faith. I think of you as the woman who owns me. A slave.
Oh.
But I think the man is lucky who can count you his friend.
I think you know you can. What was that?
Sounded like cannon.
It was. Look, the men in the field.
They're looking towards the bay. It must be... Wait.
Can you see?
Yes, there's a fleet sailing in. Spanish man of war.
Spanish? Then it's an attack. A surprise attack.
Quick, into the house.
Where are you going?
I've got to see the men. We've work to do.
Dr. Blood, come back. Don't go down there. Peter.
Jeremy, what was it over? Aye, Peter Blood. Here, everyone. They want us to defend the bay. Defend the bay. Aye, that we will. Listen, all of you. This is our chance to be killed by a cannonball. Listen. I want you to gather all the slaves, as many as have the spark of courage, and follow me down to the waterfront. What for? We need a boat, do we not? Aye. Then we'll have one. But none of your skulking little craft. We'll take a good one, a Spanish man of war. Aye. We'll board her under the fire from the other ships. Take command of her. Turn our cannons on any Spanish boat that blocks our way to the sea. Aye. It's a long chance, friends, but with the help of God, we'll make it. Are you with me? Aye. Then come on, everyone.
It's a miracle, I say. Did you see that boat, Colonel Bishop? A Spanish man of war saved the town from destruction.
A Spanish boat, but manned by Englishmen, I'll warrant. She sunk the rest of the Spanish fleet and holds the bay alone.
It must be that some brave party of citizens got aboard that ship and have taken it captive.
Gad, I think you're right. Someone should go aboard and congratulate them.
Yes,
I'll have the longboat row me out.
Oh.
I'll not be long, Your Excellency.
I hope your uncle does them full honor out there.
They deserve it, Your Excellency. Whoever commanded that party was a brave man. A very brave man.
I wonder who it could have been.
Ahoy! Spanish man of war, ahoy!
They don't answer, Colonel.
That's strange. I'll go aboard. Pull over there by the ladder. Stand by the boat. I'll be down directly.
Aye, sir.
Ahoy, is anybody here?
Welcome aboard our boat, Colonel Darwin.
You?
I, Peter Blood.
Was it you, then, who took this ship and turned defeat into victory?
Myself it was. Myself and these, my friends, and, your friends.
Gad, my life, it was heroic.
Heroic, is it? Dad, was that?
Well, you amaze me. Upon my soul, you amaze me. Blast me, you deserve well. You all deserve well, and you shall find me grateful.
How grateful?
Well, I'll ask His Excellency to write home to the King on account of your exploit. And maybe some portion of your sentence shall be remitted.
The part would be expected from you.
Colonel Darlin, such unusual generosity from you must be making you feel very ill. Now, as your physician, I prescribe...
Hanging! No.
Wait. We've done no hanging yet, man. Ogle, what do you suggest?
So they took up Jonah and cast him forth into the sea.
Are you ready, men?
No. Let me down.
One, put me down.
No.
And then the whale came and swallowed Jonah, I hope.
What now, Captain Blood?
Captain, is it? So be it, then.
Now, Captain.
Each man to his post. Make ready for sea.
Ready for sea. Up into the shrouds, men. Take the helm, Jeremy. Aye. But a name. We must have a new name for the boat. What name shall it be, Captain Blood?
A new name, eh? Very well. We'll call her the Arabella.
The Arabella it is.
Olivia De Havilland are going on with Captain Blood in just a moment. Now, a short side trip to the home of a reporter from one of the famous movie magazines. This particular reporter has a new roommate from New York. Let's listen in.
Peg, do me a favor, will you? Kind of look over this beauty article tonight. I walked the dressing rooms of every studio in Hollywood today to get the dope for it.
Oh, why don't I get jobs like that? I've never been in a studio dressing room yet. Boy, I'll bet those screen stars have some plenty expensive beauty aids around. Upkeep on $1 million complexions must be something.
Hey, don't tell me it's news to you that screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Why, everybody knows that. But believe me, there's a lot in seeing it with your own eyes in the dressing rooms at RKO, Warner's, and all the rest.
Of course, I've heard a lot about Lux toilet soap. And now that I've seen a lot of movie stars' complexions myself, I've decided I'll give it a whirl.
That girl is in for a smooth complexion, the kind that screen stars have to have. Remember, when 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap, it's because this soap keeps skin smooth. Lux toilet soap guards against cosmetic skin. Its active lather removes the hidden traces of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke your pores. Before you put on fresh makeup, remove your stale makeup with Lux toilet soap. And be sure never to go to sleep at night without this important care. Lux toilet soap is a beauty soap thousands of happy girls are using. You'll like it, too. Once again, Herbert Marshall.
On with the story of Captain Blood, starring Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland. With Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. When Peter Blood and his men sailed out of Port Royal, a price was set upon their heads. Unable to put into any civilized port, they took the only course open to them. They turned to piracy. With a ship, a handful of men, and a brain, Peter Blood carved out a crimson career in his new profession, until his name became the terror of the Caribbean.
Captain Blood! Captain Blood! The Peter has taken I tell you, Peter Blood must die!
Until his name became the pride and toast of every buccaneer. Tortuga, an island off the coast of Haiti, was the one haven of refuge for pirated craft. Captain Blood and his men are there now, in an evil-smelling tavern, dimly lit by hanging lanterns, crowded with drunken, leering buccaneers.
Yes, it's about the partnership.
Tell him I'll be there.
Come on, lads, join with me on this.
It is as I tell you, mon Captain Blood. What a pair we would make. In all the Caribbean, there is no buccaneer so strong as me. Except you.
You almost flatter me, Levasseur.
Then why you hold off so long your consent we become partners, huh? Here you have been in Tortuga these 3-4 months. You must be even so much in need of gold as I.
Such a partnership requires sober thought. My poor brain has been dancing with rum this whole week past.
Even so drunk, your brain is the greatest, huh? With your brain and my strength, oh, Monsieur le Capitaine, what? There is nothing we cannot do.
Bedad, there's very little I can't do entirely without you.
My men are much in favor of the partnership. That is so, men?
And my men? I'll leave it to them. Are you in favor?
I don't.
Very well, then. It's done. But wait, Levasseur. It's understood, is it not, that we sail under my articles?
It is. But I do not like so very much your so strict rules about women.
No women to be taken as prisoners. Agreed?
May we? To get you as a partner, mon capitaine, I would agree to anything. Now, what is the first order, mon capitaine?
We sail with the tide. Outside the harbor, we'll scatter. Each ship will proceed singly in order to pick up what stray prizes we may run into on the journey. We'll converge at the island of Virgin Magra.
Magnifique, I give you the toast to our so great success. Let me give one to the greatest captain on the coast.
Captain Levasseur.
Captain Blood. Here, Captain Blood.
Oui. You hear the lookout, mon capitaine? An English vessel off our port.
We are lucky, yes? Just as I am about to give up and anchor to wait for my partner, Captain Blood, this very fine English prize walk right into my parlor and say, bonjour, Levasseur. We go to give welcome, Cahuzac, huh?
Oui, mon capitaine.
Run up the Spanish flag. We must take them by surprise.
Run up the Spanish flag!
Vessel, the lookout says. Do you see it, Lord Willoughby?
Aye, there it is, Miss Arabella.
Oh, yes. I wonder if she's going to Port Royal, too.
Have you been away long, Miss Arabella?
Almost 6 months, a kind of vacation.
Are you glad to get back?
In a way, I suppose I would have stayed longer in England if my uncle hadn't sent for me. He'd been made governor, you know.
Yes, I've heard. It's natural that he should want his niece back again. One needs a woman to brighten up social occasions, especially when the woman in question is so very charming.
However else things change, Lord Willoughby, the art of flattery still flourishes.
Stab me if it's flattery. When the king ordered me on this journey as a special emissary to the West Indies, I looked forward with some trepidation to a life among the savages. When I came aboard and found that you were one of those savages returning home to her native heath, my grateful eyes couldn't believe it.
You pictured us running around with animal skins eating raw meat?
Why not, in a country filled with Indians, Africans, and pirates? Oh, speaking of pirates, did you ever happen to hear of a wild rogue named Peter Blood?
Peter Blood?
Yes.
No. I don't know him. I hardly number pirates among my acquaintances.
No, of course not. Silly of me. I only mentioned him in passing because he happens to touch on the business of my mission.
Your mission?
Yes. I'm sent to attempt to blot out all this piracy, my dear, in a manner which I must keep secret until I can find Captain Blood.
Oh, you're looking for him.
Aye. Look, stab me if that Spanish vessel isn't cutting clean across our bow. Captain Hall! Captain!
Yes, Your Lordship?
What ship is that, you know?
Well, I've been watching her, Your Lordship. She flies a Spanish flag. She could be anything in these waters.
We're in pirate waters now, aren't we?
Yes, my lord. Yonder bank of low clouds is the island of Virgin Magra.
Exciting, isn't it, Miss Arabella? Could she be a pirate ship by any chance, Captain?
Well, any ship we meet in the Caribbean could be a pirate ship. You know, I wouldn't trust.
She fired across our bow.
All hands on deck! All hands on deck!
She is a pirate ship.
And the talons!
Get below, Miss Arabella. The captain's going to fight it out.
brave fight. But you should have known better. Stand the prisoners before me, Kahuzak.
Wait. Stand here, my Lord Willoughby. And, you here, madame.
My friends, this pleasant strip of beach on which we find ourselves is the island of Virgin Magra. No boats ever put in here except mine. And one other. So you may put aside any hope of rescue that may be in your mind. The ransom for you two, Lord Willoughby and the so charming lady, is fixed at 20,000 pieces of 8, and I shall provide a boat for you to go to Governor Bishop at Port Royal to collect it, Lord Willoughby. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle remains with me as hostage. I find it very lonely on this island.
I refuse. Absolutely and utterly.
My friend, do you see this knotted cord? It is capable to screw a man's eyes out of his head.
Very well. Do your worst.
Lord Willoughby, thank you, but don't be foolish. You can't fight against them.
Mademoiselle is right. I beg you to spare yourself, monsieur. And the young lady. I have been too modest. But since I have said 20,000 pieces of 8, I have said 20,000 pieces of 8.
And for what, if you please? I said 20,000 pieces of 8.
Peter Blood.
Good morning, never, sir.
Captain Blood, I did not know you were on the island.
Oh, yes. We arrived late last night and put into a cove a few miles to the west. We've walked across to give you good day, but faith, I seem to have interrupted some little business of yours. Who are these people?
Yes, Mr. Look, Captain. She's the girl.
You recognize the prisoners, Captain Blood?
I know. Who are they?
Well, I have captured them. A titled Englishman and the niece of the governor of Jamaica.
Really? Then I suppose congratulations are in order. But had you forgotten there is an article in our agreement forbidding the taking of women prisoners?
That so foolish article of yours.
I was not aware you regarded it so when you signed.
Would you care to dispute my opinion now? Your men against mine.
No, not this morning, thank you. As you say, a foolish article.
That is why these prisoners are of my own. A matter personal.
And the 20,000 pieces of 8?
Also, a matter personal.
Whatever valuables come into our possession are the joint property of all our company.
Then it is I should cut the prisoners up in so many little pieces and pass them around, eh?
Yes. Obviously, these prisoners, and especially the young lady, must be kept in someone's hands for, shall we say, safekeeping. But why your hands? Why shouldn't Pierre have her?
I can have her.
Or Ruff, or Jacob. Since it's as much their property as yours. Come here, girl. Here, I say.
What do you want with me?
I want to look at you. Be damned if I blame you, Leather, sir. A trifle skinny, perhaps. But an attractive baggage at that. And now, my captain, since you covet what is our joint property of war, you may have her, providing you're willing to buy her.
Buy her?
Yes, at the price you yourself have set upon her, 20,000 pieces of 8.
That is right, mon capitaine. It is reasonable. It is in the article.
What is in the articles, you fool? Where do you suppose I have 20,000 pieces of 8?
Then let someone buy her who has.
Who?
I.
You?
I don't wish to be bought by you.
Well, someone once told a slave it happens that you are hardly in a position to have anything to say about it.
You want the girl?
Yes, why not? And I'm willing to pay for what I want. There's your answer. And now, mademoiselle, if you please.
No. Let go of that girl.
Captain Levasseur, do not. It is horribly settled.
It is not settled to me. He'll not take her while I live.
He's gonna take her when you're dead.
Put down your sword.
The two breaches now, articles, committed by you. This will be room.
What's that?
That's what I intended for you in the end. But since you prefer it this way, you muckrake. Wait, Darby, come in here. Keep a close guard, Levasseur.
Look for your own mark, Captain.
He's dead.
Clean through the heart, Captain Blood.
That's my friend into partnership which should never have begun. Robertson. We're leaving. Take the girl.
What are you going to do with me? Where are you taking me?
I've not decided as yet.
I'll go to Port Royal or nowhere.
Will you now? You'll find you'll do as I say.
What right have you to treat me this way?
Right? The right of possession. Wolferson, you may take my property aboard ship. For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Olivia De Havilland and Errol Flynn resume the events of our play shortly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the treasure-hunting pirates of the 17th century for a treasure hunter of today, Mr. Charles Courtney, the world's greatest locksmith. His uncanny ability to find the combination has carried him all over the world, led him to save innumerable lives and risk his own as many times, and recover in all over $50 million in treasures lost on land and sea. The Lux Radio Theater extends its stage from Hollywood to New York, where we welcome the world's greatest safecracker. Mr. Charles Courtney now speaks to you from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Captain Blood took his treasure from ships that sailed on the sea. I find my treasures on ships beneath the sea. The worst fight I ever had, and one that almost cost me my life, was in the North Sea. We were trying to recover the $50 million that sank with Lord Kitchener's ship, the Hampshire. Working at a depth of 350 feet below the sea, we had opened one safe. Then, while working on another, we opened a door. As soon as it opened, I was slammed against the bulkhead. I signaled the men above to hold me up, but the telephone line was broken. I couldn't move, and the pressure got stronger. I knew then that I was trapped by a diver's worst enemy, a cross-current. They tell me it took an hour before they could get me up. No one will ever go down there again, for the English government has consecrated the Hampshire as Lord Kitchener's tomb. I have had exciting experiences on land. Once I had to pick the lock of a burning apartment with a fork and a knife to rescue a woman and 3 children. Picking locks and hunting for treasure have carried me into many countries and many tight spots. But as this is the Lux show, Mr. Marshall, this will interest you. No matter what part of the world I'm in, I never have to hunt for Lux soap. You can find it everywhere. I know, Mr. Marshall, from my wife and my 18-year-old daughter, that Lux soap is important to the ladies for complexions. But I'd really like to say something from a man's angle. I use it regularly for the bed. Believe me, there have been plenty of times in my life when a good hot tub and a cake of Lux soap felt mighty good to me. My trade has had its amusing side, too. One thing I always like to remember is one of my contacts with the police department. A patrol wagon appeared at the door of my shop one day, filled with prisoners. The officer in charge had lost his key, so he asked me if I would pick the lock of the wagon door so he could let the prisoners out to lock them up again in jail.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Back to Hollywood now, where we continue with Captain Blood, starring Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland, with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. Captain Blood's unchivalrous actions toward Arabella were prompted by necessity, to safeguard her from the men. Now in his cabin on board the boat, he expresses his true feelings. He paces the floor exultantly as Arabella sits watching him.
Arabella, to think that you're really here in the cabin of this ship which I named for you. I dared to hope that someday you'd be here, to gather all these precious things I have for you. See, Arabella, ankle rings from Persia. And look, red jeweled slippers, long golden chains. And this dress, Arabella, this blue dress. When I saw it, I thought of your eyes. And I knew it was made for you to wear.
I'll never wear it. Nor any plunder gotten by a thief and pirate.
Thief and pirate?
Thief and pirate.
Arabella, you...
I've seen your pirate ways. I've seen myself bargained for and fought over. A combat between jackals.
I thought you understood.
You mean you thought you'd bought me? I suppose I should have regarded that as a compliment. You pirates are used to taking what you want without the formality of purchase. I advise you to go back to your ladies at Tortuga, Captain Blood. To your ladies who are thrilled by your bold, lawless ways. I only hate you and despise you.
I might have expected your thanks for what I've done this day, but very well, let it be so. I'm thief and pirate, and I'll show you how a thief and a pirate can deal. Once you bought me for 10 measly pounds. Now I bought you for considerably more. The amounts of no matter. What matters is that now I own you as you once owned me. You're mine, you understand? Mine to do with as I please.
Captain Blood.
Well?
Lord Willoughby sends his compliments and requests that you talk to him at your earliest convenience. He's sent out by the king himself.
You can return his compliments and tell him to go to the devil. I'm not convenient to any friend of the king.
Aye, sir.
Oh, wait. I'm going on deck. Jeremy, take this lady to her cabin and see that she stays there.
Aye, sir.
How you hate the fellow. If I were a young man, blast me if I wouldn't be jealous. And you said you didn't even know him.
He was once my slave.
Your slave? Then you must have known him well.
I did.
He doesn't seem such a bad fellow for a pirate.
In those days, I thought him an unfortunate gentleman who had suffered a great injustice. When he made his escape, I was thrilled and happy. That was before I knew how he would use his freedom.
Not to argue with you, my dear, but how else could he have used his freedom? An escaped slave, a homeless convict. And aren't you forgetting that a man's bitter heart may demand its revenge?
That's the unforgivable thing, to have held his revenge above all else and so to have destroyed himself, for he has. I've seen pirates. I know what they are. Cruel, evil, greedy, plundering peaceful cities, torturing their captives. Beasts out of hell they are.
Are you so much in love with him?
In love with him?
To care so much what he does?
I don't care in the least what he does.
Someone should for what he's doing now. Still, your uncle commands a fleet at Port Royal. That much is fortunate.
Why? What's this about Port Royal and my uncle?
He amazes me, this Peter Blood. That's where he means to take us.
No, he can't.
I'm afraid he can if he wants to. They won't let me near him. He's alone on his quarterdeck in a fine Irish temper, I expect. But I learned from the pilot...
Lord Willoughby, he mustn't.
Mustn't take you to your home? To your uncle?
He has no more bitter enemy in the world. My uncle is a hard, unforgiving man, and he lives in the hope of one day taking and hanging Captain Blood. Captain Blood probably doesn't know that, of course.
I doubt it would make any difference if he did. He's chivalrous to the point of idiocy.
And yet he's been what he has been these last 3 years. And done what he's done. Oh, Lord Willoughby, help me.
I see your point, my child. But it's something you'll have to decide for yourself. Life can be infernally complex.
Ahoy, below! Ahoy, love! I said it! Port Royal, Captain! Port Royal? But there's something amiss. I see flashes of gunfire from ships in the harbor.
All hands on deck.
All hands on deck.
What's wrong, Captain? The battle in progress in the harbor.
Ahoy, love. How many ships do you make out? 2, sir. They are firing on the fortress. The fortress is replying.
An attack on Port Royal, then, but who?
Pirate craft, perhaps. I wish I could make out their flags.
Captain Blood. For days I've been trying to see you, Captain. And now, if I may speak to so inaccessible a person, perhaps I can supply you the answer.
You can?
If Port Royal is attacked, they are likely French ships.
French? Why French ships?
When two countries are at war and one is attacked, who would it be but the enemy?
England and France at war?
You mean you didn't know? Where have you been the past 2 months?
At sea, out of touch with the world.
Ahoy, below! The fire from the fortress is weakening. One ship is already firing on the town.
But where is the English fleet that's supposed to protect the town?
I can supply the answer to that. It's out chasing pirates.
Bishop wouldn't let his fleet leave its post in time of war. He wouldn't dare.
No? Colonel Bishop is a very old and I may say a very dear friend of mine. It's probably me he's out there.
Fool planter.
And me in his own front yard. Hard aboard to the helm, Jeremy.
Aye. Helmsman, hard aboard! Aye, sir.
May I ask, Captain, what are your intentions?
I set out to land you at Port Royal, your lordship. There's some risk to myself from the English fleet. Now a stroke of luck has removed them from the picture. Well, we'd best be turning back.
Can you, an Englishman, be thinking of leaving when yonder an English town is being taken?
Well, of what should we be thinking?
Of the honor to fight for your king.
To fight for my king, is it? You hear that, lad? The honor, is it? There's not a word to use in the same breath with him, and furthermore, he's not my king.
Then you fail to show him the same loyalty he shows you.
Loyalty now. Honor and loyalty. Fine words to describe him.
He was loyal enough to send me to seek you out, to offer you pardon for your past crimes, freedom from your slavery, and more than that, a commission in his own navy for you and your men.
What? The king wants us to join his navy?
You can read the document for yourself, Captain Blood.
I wouldn't soil my hands with it.
I'd rock it before I'd serve him.
However you hate the king, England is still England.
And a bad king's a bad king, and if it's James, he's worse.
This commission is sent by King William.
King William? Who may be King William?
I allude to His Majesty King William III, William of Orange, who with Queen Mary has come over from the Netherlands and has been ruling England these past 2 months or more.
You mean they've roused themselves at home and kicked out James?
Yes, and he's fled to France and is hiding there. And therefore, England and France are at war.
And King William sent us this commission?
He did. He knows that you are good men, wrongfully sold into slavery. He can use good men in his navy.
Why didn't you tell me that at once? Men, you've heard the news. For me, this changes the shape of the world. For you who are slaves with me, it means that we're no longer slaves, but once more have a home and a country. For you who are English, it means a chance to fight for your native land. For I now propose to sail into Port Royal and save it from the French. Those of you who are not Englishmen, you'll have to be content with fighting for Captain Blood. And for the loot you'll find on the French ship. Are you willing to fight, men? Then to your posts. Helmsman, hard about. Full sail and straight ahead for Port Royal.
Captain Blood, and my admiration. Never have I seen victory so gallantly snatched from defeat.
Yeah, it was a good fight. But Miss Bishop, where is she? Is she safe?
Safe and sound. You'll find her now at the governor's mansion. That is, if you're looking for her.
Looking for her? Aye, that I am. Good evening.
Peter Blood. I thought you'd gone.
But faith, I've only just arrived.
But you can't stay here. My uncle's just returned.
Yes, I know.
You know. Well, what are you going to do?
Just stay here?
Oh, no. It's impossible. You mustn't stay here. He's sworn he'll hang you.
Well, I doubt if he will. I've always been bad luck for your uncle.
But you can't know the threats he's made. His whole life is spent in searching for you.
Well, now he's found me.
Well, you can still save yourself. Please, for my sake.
For your sake?
I'll hide you.
What do you mean, for your sake? Isn't it true that you hate me?
Hate you?
Or is it that you love me?
I'll hide you, and tonight when it's dark, I'll find some way.
You love me, don't you? Don't you?
Whom else would I love?
You love me.
Yes. Now will you go?
I had better.
Please. He'll be here any minute. I'll hide you somewhere and...
We'll hide together. I know just the place.
Where?
Here.
Peter, this is my uncle's office. The office of the governor.
Good.
Well, he'll come here first.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The governor and I are on the best of terms now. The very best of terms. Sometimes I think I'm the best friend he has in the world. When did you find out you love me?
Oh, you must be mad.
He's a nice man, the governor, you know. He lets me come and go here as I please. In fact, look, he even lets me sit in his chair. See?
Listen,
My uncle. He's coming through the street now. They're cheering him.
Cheering, is it? That's a strange kind of cheering, I'm thinking.
Take your hands off me, you rogues. I have arrested you by order of His Excellency the Governor.
The governor? You're mad. I am the governor. You mean you were the governor? But you've changed that in your excellence. Bishop, you're removed from office for abandoning your post in time of war.
Who the devil are you?
My name is Willoughby. I'm a special emissary from His Majesty the King.
Lord Willoughby?
You were informed, I think, of my coming.
Oh, yes.
And yet you went off on some wild goose chase after a pirate, leaving your capital at the mercy of the enemy. It's a serious matter, Colonel Bishop, as you may find.
But your lordship...
I'm not concerned to hear your reasons, man. His Excellency the Governor will hear you.
The Governor?
You'll find him inside the house. It rests entirely with him, whether you're hanged or not.
This is one more item to the account of that scoundrel Blood. By heaven, what a reckoning there'll be when we meet.
Oh, come in, Uncle.
Arabella, what are you doing in this office?
I've been pleading with the governor on your behalf, asking him to be as merciful as you would be cruel.
The Governor? Where is he?
Here I am, Colonel Darling.
Peter Blood, you?
I? The new governor by the King's order. And by my order, I command that for your neglect of duty...
No, in heaven's name,
But for your neglect of duty, you're to be punished by accepting as nephew one Peter Blood, one-time pirate.
What?
Arabella, may I put my arm about you?
If you wish.
Oh, Faith, you're as pretty as a Mayday sky.
Wait, I don't understand this.
You don't need to understand. Uncle, you're excused.
So we bring down our curtain on Captain Blood, but not on Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland, who return to us in a few moments. Douglas MacLean is one of the 4 or 5 major stars of silent days, still most prominently identified with films. He starred in such pictures as The Hottentot, 7 Keys to Baldpate, and 23 and a Half Hours Leave. Then he turned producer, sponsoring So Red the Rose, Accent on Youth, and Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch, to name a few. Today he is head of Douglas MacLean Productions, whose pictures are released by Grand National, the most recent of which is Great Guy, starring James Cagney. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Douglas MacLean.
Thank you, Boss.
Isn't it true, Doug, that some 8 years ago you retired from pictures? But here you are, still in the midst of them.
Yes, I tried retirement for a while, but I discovered there's too much celluloid in my system to swear off completely.
And now, with Great Guy under your belt, I understand you're hard at work on a new version of 23 and a Half Hours Leave. But who's going to play the part that you made so famous? Sergeant Gray.
James Ellison, the young actor who did such a splendid job in Mr. DeMille's Plainsman. And Jimmy is giving an excellent performance in 23 and a Half Hours Leave, a part which offers him his greatest opportunity.
Remaking this film must bring back many memories of Hollywood of the old days. Things must have changed tremendously.
Yes, everything has changed, including the weather. Today, Hollywood Boulevard is one of the busiest streets on the West Coast. But I recall a conversation with Charlie Chaplin, who stood on one side of the boulevard, and I on the other, calmly discussing our new picture.
Interesting, but how could you hear each other with all the traffic noise?
Well, the only noise then was the sound of oranges growing in the groves that lined the boulevard. In those days, Western pictures were at their height, and cowboy actors would spend the morning being photographed on horseback, chasing invisible Indians or shooting them from behind rocks and trees. And then after lunch, these same actors would be dressed and painted as Indians, and they'd be filmed running away from invisible cowboys. When the picture was screened, it was not unusual for the same actor dressed as the cowboy to shoot himself dressed as the Indian. Actors were very versatile in those days.
You've been in pictures for 20 years, Doug. But no one will believe it, judging from your looks.
Pardon me, did you say looks or Lux?
Oh, good going. And since we're on the subject of Lux soap, why not a word about what Hollywood studios think about it?
I'll do better than that, Bart. I'll say 2 words. It's tops.
Thank you. And now, from your experience as an actor, director, writer, and producer, what's your opinion of radio in Hollywood?
Radio has probably become the biggest asset to motion pictures in the past year or so. I believe each helps the other.
so long as entertainment maintains the standards set by the Lux Radio Theater. In the silent days, actors like polite little boys and girls were seen but not heard. But now you hear them whether you see them or not. Thank you.
Bye, Dad. As a consistent Lux listener, I know this is the time when Mr. DeMille calls forth the stars to shine again, and so shall I. Ladies and gentlemen, Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for a most enjoyable evening. Nowadays, we're all inclined to look upon a life as adventurous as that of Captain Blood as being entirely to the romantic past. But our friend, Mr. Flynn, can put some of those old-timers to shame.
And what have you to say to that, Errol?
Well, life is still rather primitive over there in New Guinea. I spent 6 years in the islands, first as a patrol officer of the constabulary. If you can picture me as a cop, you'll realize about how primitive the place must have been.
And what happened after that, Constable Flynn?
Well, I grew a beard and became a beachcomber. When I got tired of combing the beach and the beard, I traded a bit in pearls. After that, I got hold of a schooner and went in the copra business.
Errol wouldn't tell you that he's written a book about another voyage he made, but he has. It's called Bean Ends. It's just been published, and a very fine book it is. Errol, you're leaving tonight on a new trip, aren't you?
Yes. Flying to New York in an hour, and then I sail for Europe. I hope to get a look at the Spanish War, and on the way home, perhaps spend a few weeks in South America. But that's enough, I think. How about you, Olivia?
Well, after working in 2 pictures with me, Errol, you should know what a singularly uneventful life I lead. But it's a very happy one. I'm looking forward to making a picture soon with Leslie Howard. And then next summer, if things turn out as I hope they will, I plan to spend 3 whole months touring the country in an automobile and really seeing what the United States look like. And now, before I say goodbye, I'd like to congratulate the sponsors of this program for their marvelous product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's the finest complexion care I know of, and whenever girls ask my advice, I always recommend it. Thank you.
Goodbye, Bart. Many thanks.
To both of you, all the luck in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Havilland, Mr. Flynn, and Mr. Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Roach. Before Mr. Marshall tells us of next week's program, may I say that Mr. Flynn, Mr. Havilland, Mr. Rathbone, and Mr. Crisp appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers, Mr. Marshall, RKO, and Columbia Studios, and will next be seen with Marlene Dietrich in The Angel. Mr. Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film Love is News. And now, Herbert Marshall.
Next Monday night, when you and I tune in the Lux Radio Theater, we'll find Cecil B. DeMille resuming his regular place at the helm, bringing us a star and story warm to our hearts. The story will be Peter B. Kine's Kathy Ricks. In the title role, one of the finest character actors of the stage, screen, and radio. A man beloved by millions throughout the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Winninger. And with Mr. Winninger, Richard Allen and Sally Eilers. And now I join the makers of Lux Toilet Soap in inviting you to listen in again next Monday night, when the Lux Radio Theater, here in Hollywood, presents Charles Winninger, Richard Allen, and Sally Eilers in Kathy Ricks, with Cecil B. DeMille back again as producer. This is Herbert Marshall bidding you all good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 24th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Under Two Flags with Herbert Marshall, Olivia De Havilland, Lucy Velez, and Lionel Atwell. Presents Hollywood. Under Two Flags comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes. May we thank you for supporting the Lux Radio Theater through your regular use of Lux. Tonight, our stars are Herbert Marshall, Olivia De Havilland, Lucy Velez, and Lionel Atwell. Our guest, Miss Fanchon, of the famous team of Fanchon and Marco, now Hollywood's first major studio woman producer, and Louis Van den Ecker, former sergeant in the French Foreign Legion. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. So do we welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before starting our play, let me say that from all I hear, Lux Flakes seem to be mighty popular with modern brides. They're not going to risk dishpan hands if they can help it. They know that we men don't like red, rough hands. Such a hand feels coarse and unpleasant, makes a man wince inside, so naturally he tries not to show it. Mrs. John McGuire, who was married this year, puts it very well when she says,
Maybe men respect them, but believe me, they don't admire dishpan hands. I'm not going to have them, thanks to Lux.
As Mrs. McGuire knows, Lux guards against dishpan hands. It has no harmful alkali to dry and roughen the skin. You'll find it speeds up dishwashing, too. I turn the microphone over now to Hollywood's celebrated producer and starfinder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil C. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's production of Under Two Flags recalls memories of the golden age on Broadway. David Belasco was starring Blanche Bates in this great play. I was acting in another production nearby, and frequently members of our company would slip into Belasco's theater to watch Miss Bates rehearse as Cigarette. Among us was a very young girl, also destined to leave the stage and try her luck in the fad that was soon to sweep the country, moving pictures. She did rather well. Her name was Mary Pickford. Our story is from the celebrated novel of Louise de la Ramée. And tonight, thanks to Paramount and RKO Studios, we star a gentleman of long acquaintance with our microphone, Herbert Marshall. Bart leaves the set of Angel, his new picture with Marlene Dietrich, to portray the role of Corporal Victor. As Cigarette, there's Guadalupe Villalobos, the hard way of saying Lupe Velez. Born in San Luis Potosí, daughter of a colonel and an opera singer, Lupe flared to fame on the Mexican musical comedy stage, and her firecracker personality prompted me to cast her in the third version of The Squaw Man. Olivia De Havilland's third appearance in the Lux Radio Theater finds her in the part of Lady Venetia. Lovely, talented, and youthful, Olivia can look forward to a most brilliant Hollywood future. She's just completed Call It a Day and has begun work on It's Love I'm After for Warner Brothers. Just as busy as Lionel Atwell, who, like Lupe, is home from picture making in England. He's just finished The Road Back for Universal and Last Train from Madrid for Paramount. We meet him tonight in the role of Major Doyle. From this point on, let our stars account for themselves. Up with the curtain, then, as once again we bring you the magic of the Lux Radio Theater, presenting Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwell. Algiers. Land of shimmering sands and blazing suns, of trackless desert wastes, of scorching days and magic star-swept nights. Land of the Foreign Legion. On the edge of the Great Sahara, the little Arab town of Saida lies drowsing in the midday heat. Only in the Café Cigarette is there any sign of activity. Cigarette, herself, a vivacious young French girl, moves from table to table, chatting with the patrons. Suddenly the doors flung open as her father waddles excitedly into the room.
Cigarette, where are you?
Papa, what is wrong?
Cigarette, the Portuguese company of legionnaires. They have marched away.
What? That is impossible.
No, they are gone. With my own eyes, I see them go.
They cannot do this to me. They owe me for wine, for beer, for food.
Oh, they will never pay now. We are ruined.
Oh, Papa, you donkey. Why did you let them go?
Why? I am one man. Can I stop a whole regiment?
And I am one girl. But I will stop it. I will see the commandant.
Oh, no, it is too late. Already they have marched across the desert.
The commandant will make the march back. Wait here. I tell you, I will see the commandant. I will.
I'm sorry, little one, but Major Doyle is busy.
Get out of my way.
Here, what's this? Oh, hello, Cigarette.
Hello. These fools here would not let me speak with you.
It's all right, Orderly. Well, it's nice to see you.
Thank you, Monsieur le Commandant. Why, you robbed me, eh? You ruined my father, my cafe. Oh, you pig!
Easy there, easy. What's all this about?
Look at this bill. What you fine legionnaires saw me. And what do, huh? You march him away. No, I never get my money. Oh, never.
There, now, Cigarette, I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I never gave you a thought.
No, you never did.
Well, what can I do about it now? The company's gone.
You can order them back.
Call them back?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't countermount an order.
But, Commandant, for me? For cigarettes?
No.
No?
No.
Ooh, what a great big no. And yet you say you love me. But when I ask you such a little thing like this, you say no.
Now, look here. Have I ever refused you anything in reason?
You always been very, very kind.
Yes, and too blasted patient. Now, I've waited a long time for you, Cigarette.
Ah, but you will soon be colonel.
Yes, you said major when I was a captain.
Did I?
I never know how to take you. Now, do you love me or don't you?
So very, very much. And when you're a colonel, I shall love you so much more and...
what?
Now you will bring the men back for me, yes? And when they come back, I will kill them, Like that.
Oh, Cigarette.
Goodbye,
No, come back here, come. Little devil. Orderly.
Commandant?
Orderly, tell the adjutant to send a messenger out to the 14th Company and order them back to barracks.
Order them.
Didn't you hear? Jump. Come in.
Commandant?
Well?
Corporal Victor is here, sir.
Victor? Who's he?
One of the survivors of the 17th Company.
Oh, yes. I want to see him.
Commandant?
Come over here. Your name, Victor?
Yes, sir. 17th Company.
How many have you left?
8, sir. It was a surprise attack by C.D. Benyuzi.
Yes, I know that. You're lucky any of you came out alive.
Yes, sir.
Corporal Victor, your company was on its way here to Saida. You were carrying food to Colonel Farrell's mess.
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it?
We haven't got it, sir.
Arabs take it?
No, sir. I gave it to the men.
What?
Emergency rations, sir, just after the attack.
Emergency rations? How long has caviar been emergency rations?
No complaints, sir.
You know those stores were for Colonel Farrell's private use?
The Colonel has excellent taste, sir. I might add that his wine is also up to the mark.
I see. Made up your mind to have one good meal before they finish you off, eh? Well, I think I'd have done the same thing myself.
Thank you, sir.
Corporal Victor, huh? Any military service before you joined the Legion?
Yes, sir.
British Army, of course. Yeah. How long in the Legion?
First year of my second enlistment, sir.
Good. I'll get you transferred to my battalion. It's the best battalion. I like to have the best men.
I like to be under the best commander.
That'll do, Corporal. That'll do.
Yes, sir. Oh, if I might make a request, sir.
Well?
There's another survivor, Legionnaire Rake. I'd like to have him transferred with me, sir.
Rake, eh? Friend of yours?
A very old friend, sir. He's been with me. We've been friends for years.
I'll arrange it.
Thank you, sir. Rick, I think I'm going to like the 14th. They're a jolly bunch.
Yes, sir. A bit noisy, sir.
Don't call me sir. You really must get out of that habit, Rick.
Tried it, sir, but it will slip out like...
Hello, my friend.
How are you, Ivan? Sit down. Rick and I were just about to open a bottle.
A bottle? Of course, I'll sit down. Bless it. Here for...
Cassidy.
Yes?
Who's that man over there? He's one at the table with Ivan.
You like his looks, eh? That is Corporal Victor.
Oh, Corporal Victor. I think I must welcome you.
You will like it here, Corporal Victor.
I'm sure I will.
Corporal Victor, I welcome you to my cafe. I am Cigarette.
How do you do, mademoiselle? May we have 3 glasses, please?
What? But I am Cigarette, the master of the company.
Again, how do you do? You're very first, if you don't mind.
But always, the first time you come, Cigarette gives you a bottle of wine.
Thank you, mademoiselle, but we have cognac, as you see. Now, may we have our glasses?
So, you refuse my wine. You insult me, my cafe.
Perhaps we should be glad of your wine later.
We have no glasses for you, now or later. You are too good for us here, Corporal Caviar.
If you're not going to serve us, mademoiselle, we'll have to go to another cafe.
Don't let him get away, Cigarette.
You lose your customer.
Sit on his lap, Cigarette.
Oh, no. The corporal would not like for someone to sit on his lap. Like this.
That's quite all right, mademoiselle. But I hope you don't mind if I stand up. Like this.
Oh, you pig! You dog! You hit me on the floor, yes?
Yes. Good night, mademoiselle.
One hour a day for rest and recreation, and we've got to spend it here in the bar.
Well, get off my bunk, Ivan.
Don't.
Well, come on, get off.
Don't you think you better have a nap, sir? I mean, Corporal.
Thanks, Rick. I'd rather finish carving this model.
The horse, sir?
It's a model of Forest King. Like it?
Carved him a bit delicate like, haven't you, sir? His legs, I mean.
Well, perhaps I have.
Yes, you'd have a broken foreleg with a bone like that. You know, sir, at the time you almost hit the rail at Aintree.
He had a great heart, that fellow.
The biggest in England. Oh, sir, it would be nice to see him again, wouldn't it?
He's about the only thing I'd care to see again.
Attention! Commandant going around. All ready, Commandant.
Listen, men. We're having a visitor. An English lady from the hotel. Now, act your best. At ease, men.
Is this the place, Commandant?
This is it. Come in, Lady Venetia.
I do hope the men don't mind.
Mind? Why, they're honored. Well?
Oh, the men must be tortured with the flies. Shouldn't they have screens in their quarters?
Screens? It's said in the Legion that when a fly bites a legionnaire, the fly dies. Is that right, Corporal? Right, sir.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do? Corporal Victor, one of my best men, Lady Venetia. English, of course. Got a fine record, in the Legion, I mean. Nothing to be ashamed of there, at any rate. Thank you, sir.
This carving, is it your work, Corporal?
My recreation.
It's beautiful. A perfect model of an English thoroughbred hunter.
A hunter, is it? A lot he knows about those. He sees nothing but Arab ponies in these parts.
Might have been carved from memory.
Not likely, I should think. But that's dangerous ground, my lady. Better not look into their pasts.
I'm sorry, Corporal.
I'm glad you like the model, my lady. Well, shall we get along, Lady Venetia?
Thank you, Commandant.
The other barracks, my lady, are...
It gave me the creeps when I saw the way you looked at her. For a moment I thought she knew you.
No. I've never met her before. She's beautiful, isn't she? So it isn't Corporal anymore. It's Sergeant from now on. Sergeant Victor. Thank you, sir. Now, you know Arabic, Sergeant? Yes, sir, some. Good. I have an assignment for you. Important. Go down to the Arab horse market. Some new traders have just come in from the desert. And keep your eyes open. For what, sir? For any talk of Sidi Ben Yusuf. Any hint that he's collecting his tribes. Very good, sir. Oh, and, Sergeant. Yes, sir. You may see an English captain down there. One of the party of visitors. He'll be buying horses. See that he isn't cheated. Huh? I'll do my best. So long now.
Right now, I'll take that horse here. And service you all like it.
Did you see that, sir?
Yes, our English friend has bought the same horse 4 times. Those Arabs are shrewd traders, Rick.
True, sir. They're downright thieves. That girl over there, you know, Cigarette. She seems to be helping him to buy.
Not helping him, Rick. I should say she's helping the Arabs to sell. Come on.
The Englishman will buy this tree and this black one here. No?
Oh, but that grey one, I think I like him better.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey? Oh, good afternoon.
Buying horses, sir?
Yes.
What do you want here, Sergeant Caviar?
Oh, just looking on.
Look here, Cigarette says the black's a finer horse than the grey. You agree, Sergeant?
Since you asked my opinion, sir, I would take the grey. The black is a bit weak in the foreleg.
And what would a legionnaire know about horses? You take my word, mon captain. I know. There's one way to prove the black is best. I will ride him, and the other boy shall ride the grey. We will race.
Good idea. Excellent. That'll show.
It is a good idea, sir. But with your permission, I'll ride the grey. You see, the Arab boy might be inclined to think that someone wants you to buy the black.
What? Oh, I see. It's splendid, Sergeant. Splendid. Look here, my dear. You don't mind if the sergeant rides against you, do you?
No. It will be a pleasure to beat him.
Well, forget that. Look here, I see you too. You know, you ought to have bet on this. Let's say a bottle of wine to a kiss. What?
As the lady likes, sir.
Oui, I bet. Even though it would kill me to pay.
It's all right, mademoiselle. If you don't care to pay, it will be the horse who will win. We could compromise and allow you to kiss him.
Oh, you, I'll pay no one.
Hey, look out, she's riding off. You've made her jolly angry, Sergeant.
Cigarette. I didn't mean to. Come back.
After her, Sergeant.
Cigarette, wait.
There he goes, and I'll bet he catch up.
He will that, sir.
Look at him, going right out into that desk.
Cigarette. Stop. Pull up.
No.
You've got to let me explain.
No.
If you don't stop, I'll have to lift you off your horse.
Let me alone. Put me down.
I will when I've spoken my piece.
Look out. I'm falling.
Cigarette, are you all right? Can you sit up? Cigarette, look at me.
You fool. Why don't you leave horses alone if you can ride? Do you want to kill me? Do you want to break my neck?
No, I couldn't break that lovely little neck.
Oh, I hate you.
I'm terribly sorry if I was rude.
Sorry?
Yes, really. I didn't mean to offend you.
No? The first time you come to my cafe, you insult me. And the next time you see me, you tell me to kiss a horse.
You know, after all, you did say it would kill you to pay the bet.
Are you really sorry?
I am indeed. And you have forgiven me?
Would it have killed you if I had paid my bet?
I should say not.
Then, here. You like that?
Like it? Who wouldn't? I'm sorry we didn't bet some more.
Oh, but we did. 5, 6, 10 bets. And every time you won.
Huh?
What are you thinking about?
Huh? Oh, nothing much. Just watching the sunset.
I have been watching it too. But I have been thinking.
What about?
Oh, about you. I did not know I could hate a man so much. And fall in love with him so quick.
Oh, what a strange little creature you are, Cigarette. Now we've got to go. Come on.
It will be a long walk without the horses.
Shall I carry you?
Oh, no. This isn't the first time I walk in the desert. Many times I've marched with the Legion.
Yes. You told me you were the master.
That night at the cafe? Even though you did not look at me then, I knew that you liked me. And I like you too. And tonight you will come again. And I will fix a little table so nice for you in the alcove. Then I think we will bet some more. You will come, yes?
My dear Cigarette, that's an invitation no soldier could refuse.
Before going on with our play, let us imagine for a moment that we're in a typical American home in which we meet 3 members of our unseen radio audience. First, you hear Joe's sister, Dorothy, who has come over tonight especially to listen to Under Two Flags with Nan and Joe.
It's a swell show, isn't it? I wouldn't think of missing the Lux program, and I couldn't live without my Lux.
Oh, seems to me there's always something or other you can't live without.
Now, there's a brother for you. I'm really very economical, Joe, darling.
Yeah.
But listen, Nan, I got 4 of the grandest dresses today. I'm going to be the best dressed girl in town. 4? Oh, Dot, you are getting extravagant. I'm not. Thanks to Lux Flakes. You see, dear, I can put more money into new clothes this year because Lux has been saving me so much money on cleaning bills, and my things last so much longer now. They really need looking. Besides, it leaves dresses so clean and sweet. Are you going to Lux everything? Yes, ma'am. I'm not buying a thing that isn't Luxable. Then nothing but Lux Flakes will ever touch them. I'm too thrifty to risk ordinary soaps or rubbing with cake soap.
Dorothy has found a way to dress well at very little cost. Nowadays, every store is full of Luxables that are knockouts for smartness. And they'll look as smart at the end of the season as they do right now if you stick to Lux. These gentle flakes are made to protect colors and fabrics. Remember, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia De Havilland, Lupe Valdez, and Lionel Atwill. It's later the same evening. Convinced that Sergeant Victor is in love with her, Cigarette sings happily as she prepares the private table in the cafe. But the sergeant has forgotten his promise. He's late even now, and Ivan, the Legionnaire, amuses himself by poking fun at Cigarette.
So it is the sergeant now, huh? You're in love with him.
In love? Oh, I hate him.
Of course. Maybe that's why you make up a nice table here, because you hate him.
He is not coming here.
You can be sure of that.
What do you mean?
I know he's not coming. And you know why?
Why?
Because there is a ball up in the English hotel. He's gone up there.
Oh, you're a fool, bad. Legionnaires are not permitted at the hotel. No.
But he has gone there. I saw him. And I bet you he does not come here.
All right, I bet you.
So you were expecting him. Lady Venetia, down there with the old Adams playing horsey.
I've heard they're rather shrewd, Captain.
Well, of course, I had to watch my step, I did.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Sergeant?
Important dispatches just arrived, sir.
From Egypt?
Quite possibly, sir.
Sure, I must go. You coming, Lady Venetia?
No, I'll wait. Don't be long, Captain.
No, I won't. And thanks, Sergeant.
So, a sergeant now.
Yes, my lady.
Tell me, was there any such important message?
There might have been, but I didn't bring it.
It's very dangerous for you to be here under false pretenses.
It is indeed. Twice dangerous.
Twice?
A firing squad on one side, and your eyes on the other.
You're a daring man, Sergeant.
I had to come to bring you this.
Oh, the Medal of the Horse.
You were kind enough to admire it. Will you accept it from me as a gift?
Thank you. I shall love it. Not only for itself, but because you risked so much to bring it. Do you know, this is the best exciting thing that's happened to me in all this monotonous country.
Africa, monotonous?
Well, look about you. Isn't it monotonous?
But this isn't Africa. It's just a ball in a hotel in any part of the world. Africa's out there. In the Arab quarters, the Jewish bazaars, the cafes, the Kabyle dancers.
Things I'm afraid I shall never see.
Things you ought to see if you want to know Africa. I could take you, you know. Or perhaps adventure doesn't appeal to you.
You're daring me, aren't you?
Yes.
You realize it's absurd, impossible.
Quite.
And that's why I might do it?
Of course.
Oh, you oughtn't to tempt me. When can we go?
Now?
Now. How can we get out?
Can you climb?
I used to climb apple trees.
Then come on. The balcony shouldn't present any difficulties. You've probably been missed.
Oh, what a pity Cinderella has to go home. We'd better say goodnight out here. Thank you for showing me Africa. It's been thrilling.
You didn't think that was Africa, did you?
But you said it was.
Did I? No. The real Africa's out there in the desert. The Maibu Oasis at full moon.
Maibu. It sounds enchanting.
And only 3 miles out.
Are you tempting me again?
Yes. Are you tempted?
Dreadfully. But of course it's impossible.
Oh, quite impossible.
I'm afraid so. Unless...
Unless?
Will there be a full moon tomorrow night?
I shall see to it personally.
Good night, Sergeant Victor.
Good night, my lady. Out here after all.
Didn't you know I would? And after you ordered the moon especially for me?
There it is. Shall we sit down?
You were going to show me the rest of Africa.
It's all around you, my lady. The desert, the oasis, these ruins here.
How silent, how grave, and how incredibly old it all is.
Yes. That's Africa.
This place must have a story.
1,000 stories. Shall I tell you one of them?
I'd much rather hear another. Your own.
My story's much too long, much too dull to tell you.
Not dull, I'm sure.
No, perhaps not dull. And it hasn't seemed long. Till now. After this, it'll be endless.
After this?
Being with you. Feeling
the nearness of you. You'll never know what it's meant to me.
Oh, please, you mustn't talk this way.
Do I frighten you?
No, but...
You see, it's the old trick. I'm just playing on your sympathy.
Oh, you had that from the first moment I saw you. You don't belong here. You're miserable here, aren't you?
I was. I'm not anymore.
You mean that I...
Yes. You've changed everything for me. Venetia.
Oh, don't say any more. I must go back now.
Do you want to go back?
No. That's why I must.
What's the matter?
How do I know? Am I the commandant?
Fall in, you men. Fall in. It's an attack. I heard the commandant say so. City Ben Yusuf's tribes. They have attacked Ain Sufra. Commandant?
Men, we just received marching orders. Ain Sufra's been attacked. We're ready to move in an hour. Full packs. That's all.
Sergeant Victor. Sergeant Victor.
What is it, Rick?
Sir, I've been looking for you. I've just seen Lord Seraph.
Lord Seraph?
Yes, sir. He's just arrived, sir. Gone up to the hoteliers.
He mustn't see me.
Oh, he'd know you, sir. He'd recognize you, sure. And, sir, remember that lady who came to the barracks that day?
Lady Venetia?
Yes. She's his niece, sir.
His niece? Rake, you've got to pack for me.
But we're marching in now, sir.
I can't help that. I gave the carving of Forest King to Lady Venetia. It has the name carved on it. I've got to get it back.
Oh, he'd know Forest King, sir.
Bring my kit. I'll meet you at the parade ground.
I'll meet you there.
Victor! Wait!
Oh, hello, cigarette.
Oh, Victor. Where have you been? 2 nights I waited for you, and you did not come. Why?
I'm sorry, cigarette, but I couldn't.
Was it the commandant's order? He gave you some special duty?
No, I was detained.
Oh.
Forgive me, cigarette, but I must go now.
You would leave me and not even say goodbye?
No. I was coming to say goodbye before I left. Believe me.
Goodbye? Is that all you were going to say to me?
Please, you must forgive me. I've got to go. I climbed the balcony. I hope no one saw me.
Oh, thank heaven you've come. If you hadn't, I should have gone to you. I couldn't let you go without seeing you.
Venetia, there's something I'm going to ask you. You're going to feel very odd of me, but really it's important. It's the model of the horse. I've come to ask you to give it back to me.
But why? It's mine. I love it.
I can't explain, but I must have it. Will you give it to me, please?
Well, of course I will. It's in the other room. But you must let me have it again when you come back.
But you won't be here when I return. You'll be in England.
No. I shall be here, Victor. I can't leave you, ever.
But, Venetia...
Oh, no, don't speak. I've thought it all out. I know nothing of you except yourself, but that's all I need to know.
Venetia, dear, do you realize what you're saying? It's madness.
Oh, no. When 2 people love each other like this and part, that's madness. And you won't always be a legionnaire. Someday your service will end.
It will never end. I can never go back to England. I'll only be exchanging my service here for a prison cell.
I don't believe it. You're trying to frighten me because you think it's hopeless. But it isn't hopeless. I won't let it be. You can't forget me, Victor. Can you?
No.
You want me to wait?
Want you?
Then I will.
May I come in?
Who's that?
Don't go. It's only my uncle.
No, I can't see him.
I shall be here when you come back. I love you, Victor. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Venetia. Cigarette, where are you?
Yes, Commandant.
Look, my darling. You see this? It's my new commission. I've got it, Cigarette. I'm a colonel.
Colonel?
Don't you see? This is the thing we waited for, planned for. Cigarette. Oh, you're crying. What is it? Darling, tell me, what is it?
I cried because you go away. Maybe you never come back.
You lie. It's that sergeant. You've been different to me since the first time you laid eyes on him. Not a decent kiss have I had since that day.
It is not true. I hate him.
You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes, I am lying. It is the sergeant.
You're crying for him. I warned you once, Cigarette, that I'd never let another man take my place. No man ever shall.
What do you mean?
I warned you, Cigarette.
Commandant, you want to see me, sir?
Yes. Yes, Sergeant Victor. I've got a little special detail work for you.
Very good, sir.
You'll pick up 20 men. Cut across the desert, due north towards Iron Sifra. Hold a position 15 kilometers this side of the fort.
Excuse me, sir, I don't quite understand. You said 20 men, due north across the desert?
Well?
That's right through the heart of the Arab forces, sir.
I know that.
You'll never make it, sir.
You have your orders.
But with only 20 men.
You have your orders.
It's certain death for all of us. I suppose you know that.
Death is part of every soldier's equipment, Sergeant Victor. Pick your men and leave at once.
If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to ask for volunteers.
Do what you want.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Before we resume Under Two Flags, I'm privileged to introduce a soldier who served under three national banners, the Belgian, French, and Polish. He spent 7 years in the French Foreign Legion, campaigning in Algeria, Morocco, Indochina, and the Sahara, rising to the rank of sergeant. In the World War, he became a lieutenant, was severely wounded, underwent 23 operations, and received several decorations, including knighthood in the French Legion of Honor. In recent years, he's been a military technical advisor in Hollywood. He worked for me on The Crusades, and most recently on Paul Muni's picture, The Life of Emile Zola. Ladies and gentlemen, a true soldier of fortune, Lieutenant Louis Van den Ecker.
My thanks, Mr. DeMille. I suppose a lot of people are wondering what crime I committed to have joined the Legion. If I disappoint you, I'm sorry. But the law and I have never had any argument. Men join the Legion for one reason: adventure. Criminals are not found in the ranks, and if one of them manages to join, he is soon arrested by civil authorities.
It was my impression that they ask no questions when you join the Legion.
That's true, but that does not keep criminals that does not keep police from chasing criminals.
What are the qualifications then for enlistment?
Only two. You have to be of age and in excellent health.
In our play, Van, we mention Ain Sufra and Saida. Do those towns mean anything to you?
A great deal. I served many months at both places. In fact, at Ain Sufra, there is a bottle embedded in the wall of one of the buildings. In it is a slip of paper with my name and the date. Just a souvenir I left behind.
As one who encountered the Arabs many times, what's your opinion of them as fighters?
Very high. Arabs have no fear. They believe that if they die fighting, they will go to paradise with many pretty girls. We had our hands full many times, and I've been just as scared as anyone could be. When marching, the legionnaires are always in square formation, ready for instant trouble. And at night, they pitch their camps in square formations too. They are never without their rifles or their picks and shovels.
No, they're overcoats, judging from what I've seen. Why overcoats in the desert?
Because the coat acts on the same order as the thermos bottle. It gets the heat out.
Well, after 7 years in their ranks, then, what's your most vivid memory of the Legion?
Their wonderful spirit of comradeship. They will not only risk their lives to save a wounded comrade, But there is case after case of as many as 6 men going to their death trying to recover the body of a dead comrade rather than let it fall in the enemy's hands. In the Legion are men of every race, color, and religion under the sun. Men of every profession, living together, fighting together as brothers. If the world wants an example of brotherhood to follow, let the world look to the French Foreign Legion.
Thank you, soldier. Herbert Marshall, Olivia De Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel App will take up our story, Under Two Flags. 1 week has passed. The fighting has broken out at Ain Sufra, but no word has come from Sergeant Victor and his 20 men, doomed to perish trying to hold a hopeless position. In her room at the Hotel in Saida, Lady Venetia turns toward the door as her uncle, Lord Seraph, enters.
Venetia!
Yes, Uncle Harry?
I say, Venetia, where in heaven's name did you get this? This model of the horse here.
Oh, it was given to me, Uncle Harry.
But when?
A little over a week ago.
Curious. Very curious indeed. It must be an old carving.
Well, I'm sure it isn't old. As a matter of fact, I know it's new.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? It's Forest King, Tony Brett's old horse. It has the name carved on the back.
Tony Brett? Who's Tony Brett?
Don't you remember the scandal? Tony Brett's younger brother committed a crime, and Tony shouldered the blame himself. Last summer, Tony's brother was injured, and just before he died, he made a full confession absolving Tony.
And where is Tony Brett now?
Why, he's dead, I believe.
The man that carved that horse and gave it to me is a legionnaire, an Englishman and a gentleman. He must be Tony Brett.
Impossible. But wait a minute. As a matter of fact, none of us ever saw Tony's remains.
I can't tell you how I know, but I have a feeling, I'm sure, that Sergeant Victor is Tony Brett. Isn't it said that the Legion is full of dead men?
Where is this man? I'd know Tony anywhere.
He's gone, marched away with Colonel Doyle's battalion. Can't we get him back?
I'll do what I can. You want him to come back very much, don't you, my dear?
I do. So much.
I beg your pardon, Lady Venetia.
Yes, Paul?
You asked to be informed of any wounded return.
Yes.
There's a train of ambulances just arrived, my lady.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Easy there. Handle him easy.
Oh, Phil, you're hurt bad, huh?
Father, it's good to see you.
Oh, here, water. What, my Pharaoh? Excuse me. Is there anything I can do?
How? You?
I'd like to help if I could.
You're here to look for Sergeant Victor? You need not look any longer. He's not coming back.
What do you mean? You know something, mademoiselle?
Yes, I do know. The commandant has sent him to a post of death. Sergeant Victor will stay there until he dies.
Is this true?
Yes, it is true. I know from the wounded. Now you can go back to your own country. You will never see him again.
Why do you tell me this?
Because I love him as you could never love him. He does not belong with your kind. He's of the Legion, and they are my kind. Would you follow them into the desert, as I have done? Would you march with them and nurse them and close their eyes when they are dead? I have shot them. Do you hear? So that the Arabs could not take him alive. Could you do that? No.
Oh, you poor child, you do love him.
Yes, I love him. And I could save him, too.
You could save him? How?
In a way you could not understand. But why should I save him? Huh? For you?
But you said that you love him. If you really love him, can you let him die? Can you?
Go back to your hotel. Go back to your soft life. Easy ways.
What are you going to do, mademoiselle?
I'm going to the commandant at Ain Sufra. I'm going to save Sergeant Victor. For you.
Here, man. There's not much water. Go easy on it.
Sergeant, how long are we going to be here? How long do we have to wait for help in this filthy hole?
Easy, Baron.
I can't stand it much longer, I tell you. I can't stand it.
Quiet.
They're out there, waiting for us. Waiting for us to show ourselves. Waiting for us to go mad.
Shut up. Sorry I had to do that, Baron. But we're only 8 men here. 8 out of 20. We'll need our wits to get out of this.
It's this blasted silence that's got me. The Arabs are out there all right. Why don't they attack?
A wall 10 feet high between us and 1,000 Arabs. They could kill us both like that.
Let them wait. The longer they wait, the more chance for the relief to come.
Sure, if it ever does.
We were put out here to hold this position. We're going to do it.
We can't if they attack us. They'll swarm over us like flies.
Quiet, I tell you.
He's right, sir. We never hold out against another attack. We're too few. It's time we're working against now. Anything might happen if we had time.
Time. I might be able to get some. Until dawn, anyway.
How, sir?
If I could borrow the robes from one of those dead Arabs outside, I might be able to sneak into Sidi Ben Yusuf's camp.
What?
Pay the sheikh a little visit.
You're mad, sir. For they'll call you to ribbons.
We'll do that anyway, Rick. I'm not too particular about where I die. And it's worth a chance.
Qaid Ben Yusuf. What is it? One of our horsemen, Qaid. He would talk with you. Send him to me. Well?
Good evening, Sidi Ben Yusuf.
An Englishman. How did you get here?
It's a pleasure to renew an old acquaintance.
Old acquaintance? I don't seem to recall your face.
Oxford. You were at Balliol. I was at Trinity. You haven't forgotten those afternoons at Professor York's?
Oh. Dear old Professor York. Oh, how well I remember. This is amazing. Old classmates meeting here in the heart of the desert as enemies. Why have you paid me this most unusual visit?
To save my life. And possibly save yours.
Really?
A wise man is he who makes peace in time.
Peace?
Recently, a British commissioner arrived in Cider. As your spies no doubt have already advised you.
Does that affect me, my friend? I make war on the French.
You know best, of course. But if you are caught here, with the British troops behind you, it'll be a little awkward, won't it?
British troops in French territory? That is utterly impossible.
The secret was well kept.
Are you naive enough to think that I believe you?
You have scouts, I suppose? Send them out. Run for yourself.
Well, I shall send them. If what you have told me is true, I shall be indebted to you for the rest of my life. If not, you will die, my friend. In a few hours, we shall know.
A few hours?
By dawn.
Dawn. Thank you.
Good morning, my friend. I trust you slept well.
Excellently, thank you.
And that you enjoyed your morning meal?
I found it a delightful relief from hardtack.
I am very glad, since it will be your last.
Really?
You lied to me. I have had scouts out all night. There are no British within 500 miles, and you knew it.
Quite. And I was quite surprised that you believed me at all.
And now it's my turn to amuse myself with you.
I'm curious. What do you intend to do with me?
Remember the old soccer games? We are going to play it now. With horses. You will be the ball.
It should be very amusing, Sheikh.
For me, yes. But for you, I'm now to be careful. What's that? Hayat, the Legion, 4th Squadron. They ride from the north. So, this is what you waited for, my friend.
The relief, Sidi Ben Yusuf. We hope they might be here at dawn.
And so they are. It's a pity you won't be there to greet them.
I shall try my best.
Stop him. Stop that man.
About here that she went down, Sergeant Victor. Why did she do it? The commandant tried to make her stay behind, but she wouldn't. We saw her fall and we...
Look, sir. There she is. She's lying over there.
Call some men from the fort, quick.
Yes.
no higher. I have seen so many men die. I know what this is. You can't do anything. There is something I must say.
Yes, cigarette.
She said, an English lady, if I love you, I would save you. Tell her I'll try.
I will tell her. Is the pain very bad?
It's nothing. You laughed about me. It's so funny. When I waited for you, you did not come. Now you have come. And I must go away. You will remember that day in the desert?
I will always remember.
Victor, shall we bet just once more?
Cigarette. And that was the way she died. Out there in the desert. In my arms.
Poor Cigarette. She loved you too, darling. And she wanted to save you. For me. I shall always be grateful to her for that.
Venetia, that day you spoke to her. Did you tell her who I am?
No, darling. I'm glad now. She said that you were her kind. And wherever she is now, she'll be happier believing that.
With the falling of the curtain on Under Two Flags comes a promise from our stars to return to us before this hour is over. Standing beside me now is a woman known to theatergoers for many years. First as a dancer, then as producer of the famous Fanchon and Marco stage shows. From among her performers have risen such stars as Myrna Loy, Janet Gaynor, Lida Roberti, Martha Ray, and Mary Lewis. Her career reached a new high a few days ago when Paramount released Turn Off the Moon with Eleanor Whitney, Johnny Downs, and Charles Ruggles. It was produced by our guest and goes down in picture history as the first film ever produced by a woman at a major studio. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Fanchon.
For many years, ladies and gentlemen, the two names, Cecil B. DeMille and Lux, have meant a great deal to me. In fact, Mr. DeMille gave me my first chance to direct dances in pictures.
Miss Fanchon staged the Candy Ball for me in a film called The Golden Bed back in 1925. But she didn't continue in pictures very long. Didn't you like them, or didn't you like DeMille?
I assure you that it was only the pictures. Today, however, with the best in stories, actors, and photography, and with men like you still at the helm, I'm sure there's no medium of entertainment like the screen.
You also mentioned Lux a moment ago.
I can't say too many nice things about Lux Flakes.
Did you mean you can think of something that your former orchestra leader, Melville Ruick, hasn't already said?
Well, I can say that at one time, Marco and I had as many as 1,000 girls performing throughout the country in our stage shows. And do you know, Mr. DeMille, that a part of the equipment of each of those girls was a box of Lux Flakes? It's by far the best way of keeping costumes beautifully fresh, and it's especially good for silk stockings. I've used Lux countless times myself when Marco and I were starting out. It was more important to me to keep my costumes looking right than it was to eat. When it came to deciding between a hamburger and a box of Lux, my stomach was usually the loser. That's what I think about Lux.
Well, as the first woman to produce a major studio picture, what do you think makes a good film?
Well, I hope to show that in my next two pictures, Summer Romance and Argentine Love. I believe in youthful romance, and comedy, music, and dancing. In other words, an entertaining, light, happy production. I found out that about 99% out of 100 people that step up to that box office to buy a ticket do so because they want to be amused. I'm going to try to satisfy them.
Education has some place on the screen, too.
Yes, but a tearful story can educate just as much as preaching. Such a story teaches everyday practical things like what's new in clothes, in dances, and an appreciation of good music. It teaches good manners, how to talk honestly, and how to live honestly. Lots of people turn to pictures as an escape from ordinary and very often sordid circumstances. They need hope and a little cheering up, a little laugh. And that's what I'm going to remember as long as I'm producing pictures. And now, Mr. DeMille, and all of you, my thanks.
Good philosopher, Madam Producer. A moment now with the evening stars. Herbert Marshall, Olivia De Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwell.
Again, my gratitude, C.B., for inviting me back to the Lux Radio Theater. And mine, too. While I have an opportunity, a word of appreciation to Louis Van den Ecker for his splendid account of the French Legion.
Yes, it interests me particularly, Lionel, because in our research for my next picture, The Buccaneer, I discovered that one of the Legion's greatest battles was fought in Mexico.
I can tell you about that. Oh, please do tell us, Lupe. Well, Olivia, it took place in 1863 near Veracruz, at the time when Napoleon had made Maximilian Emperor of Mexico. Only 7 French soldiers survived, but the Mexicans admired the courage of the legionnaires so much that they allowed the 7 men to leave the battlefield with their rifles.
Well, perhaps it inspired Louise de la Ramée, as she wrote the book Under Two Flags not long afterwards.
Yes, and it may surprise you to know that she wasn't French but English.
But why did she use the pen name of Ouida?
Because as a child, that was the way she pronounced Louise.
Oh.
She was a strange personality. Took particular delight in insulting everyone. Lived on a lavish scale for years and died almost penniless in Italy.
That should teach us all to save our money, like I do.
I wish you'd tell us how you do it, Lupe.
Oh, it's easy and lots of fun, too. I cook all the meals. I paint the garden furniture and the swimming pool for Johnny. You know, it's my husband, Johnny Weissmuller. And I don't let anybody put anything over me. I'm Mexican, all right, but somewhere I think maybe there was a Scotchman.
Excelente.
I'm pretty good now, Mr. DeMille.
Excelente.
Well, C.B., the clock moves around. And I know you have an important announcement to make a little later.
So we'll join the audience and say our adieu in a little verse from Trilby. You may remember it. It starts, a little work, a little play.
To keep us going, and so good day. A little warmth, a little light.
Of love's bestowing, and so good night.
A little trust that when we die, we reap our sowing. And so goodbye.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. Havilland, Miss Velez, Miss Rattle, our thanks. The dramatic treat in store for us next Monday night will be revealed in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Assisting our stars tonight were Lionel Tate as Captain Mignes, Kenneth Hunter as Lord Seraph, Leonard Moody as Rake, Michael Visseroff as Ivan, Lal Shan Mera as Sidi Ben Yusuf, James Eagles as Cascadee, Lou Merrill as Pierre, Frank Nelson as Perron, David Kerman as Officer, Warren McCullum as Griffon, Ross Forrester as Ferrol, Harold Daniels as Adjutant, and Charles Emerson as the Doctor. Mr. Marshall appeared through courtesy of Paramount and RKO Studios. Mr. Havilland, Warner Brothers. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. Lionel Atwell and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for the new film, Café Metropole. May I remind you now that next week will be National Cotton Week. All over the country, leading stores are featuring smart cottons attractively priced. Stop at your favorite store to see these exciting new clothes. A multitude of glamorous luxables to choose from. Smart stores everywhere are recommending the Easy Lux way, which banishes wardrobe worry. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
A year ago at this time, I was up to my boot tops in preparation for my 63rd picture. In the marching panorama of events from 1865 to 1875, I hope to show the character of a group of great Americans, their mighty courage, and resounding struggles to open the western frontier to civilization. The picture is The Plainsman, and it makes me happy to announce that next Monday night, The Plainsman comes to you for the first time on the air in the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane will be the stars who contributed so much to the success of the picture, Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur in The Plainsman. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, the Columbia station.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland in Green Light with C. Aubrey Smith.
Lux presents Hollywood. For the interest you have taken in our products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, for your purchases and for your recommendations to your friends, we send you our sincere appreciation. It is this kind of loyalty that makes the Lux Radio Theater possible. Tonight, we bring you Olivia De Havilland and Errol Flynn in Green Light with C. Aubrey Smith. Our guests, Alton Cook, radio editor of the New York World Telegram, and Dinty Doyle, radio editor of the New York Journal-American and columnist for the Hearst papers. Lois Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Lloyd C. Douglas, author of the exciting, fast-moving novel Green Light, from which tonight's play is adapted, has something in common with those giants of literature, Jonathan Swift, author of Gulliver's Travels, Lewis Carroll, author of Alice in Wonderland, and Ralph Waldo Emerson, the poet-philosopher. For like them, Dr. Douglas is a minister who turned author. And again, like them, his writings have a vividly human and appealing quality. From Dr. Douglas last week, I learned how he happened to write Green Light. While on a lecture tour, he addressed audiences harassed by fears and worries. I tried, said he, to sound a philosophy, good for all types of people who allow comparatively small matters to accumulate and become an almost insurmountable mental barrier. Encouraged by the reactions to his lectures, Dr. Douglas believed the rest of the world might also find some good in his principles. The result was the book Green Light, which sold nearly 250,000 copies. From it, Warner Brothers made a great motion picture, whose star, Errol Flynn, repeats for you tonight the role of Dr. Newell Page. And co-starred is Miss Olivia De Havilland, of the same studios, playing the part of Frances Ogilvie. 2 weeks ago, Olivia and Errol completed their new film, The Adventures of Robin Hood, and promptly departed for a well-earned rest, Olivia to Palm Springs and Errol to New York, from which points they both returned to Hollywood a few days ago to be with us now. C. Aubrey Smith, renowned character actor and beloved veteran of countless hits on stage and screen, most recent among them being The Hurricane, is heard as Dean Harcourt. Polly Ann Young, sister of Loretta Young, plays Phyllis Dexter, and Frank Nelson, Dr. John Stafford. And now it's curtain time. The Lux Radio Theater presents Olivia De Havilland and Errol Flynn in Green Light with C. Aubrey Smith. Bay Park Hospital, on the outskirts of Boston. In his private office, Newell Page, a rising young surgeon, stands near the window examining an X-ray plate. By his side is Nurse Frances Ogilvie. She leans close to the surgeon, pretending a great interest in the photograph, while he pretends to be unaware of her nearness.
See that spot?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's it. I don't like the way it... Ogilvie, I wish you wouldn't do that.
What?
Lean so close to me.
Why not?
Because it prevents me from concentrating. You're very beautiful, you know.
Yes?
And in addition, you're intelligent and probably the best chief surgical nurse the Bay Park has ever had.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Miss Ogilvie.
I hate Ogilvie. Why don't you call me Frances?
Frances, eh? That's a nice name. Now, about this X-ray.
Do you ever think of anything but your work, Dr. Page?
Oh, yes, occasionally. Have you met Sylvia, my cocker spaniel? She's the cutest little...
Do you ever think of anything but your dog and work, Dr. Page?
Never, Miss Ogilvie.
Yes, that's what I thought. You know, there was only one time I ever heard you say anything that I felt you really meant.
Something unpleasant, probably.
It was the day we did the little Morton boy's operation. It was a tough job. You were worried. You seemed to think I kept up with you pretty well, and when it was over, you said... Ogilvie, you're a good egg.
Egg, eh?
I know it sounds awfully silly, but it meant a great deal to me.
Well, I'm glad. You have a great talent for surgery, you know. And by the way, how's Mrs. Dexter this morning?
She's as sunshiny as ever. She's been listening to that minister on the radio again. What's his name?
Oh, yes, Harcourt, isn't it?
That's it. Dean Harcourt.
Say, she goes into surgery in less than an hour. Have you got...
Oh.
What?
I'm awfully sorry, but I forgot to tell you. Mrs. Dexter's operation's been put off.
Why?
Dr. Endicott's been delayed. He just telephoned.
From where?
Milwaukee. He can't get here until tomorrow.
But that's dangerous. I'm not certain she can wait until... Has she been told?
Not yet.
Oh, well, I suppose that's up to me. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Dr. Booth. Dr. Booth. Calling Dr. Booth.
Hey, Newell, wait up. Hello, John.
Oh, what's the big rush?
Oh, Endicott's delayed that Dexter operation until tomorrow.
Why?
He can't make it. He's delayed or something in Milwaukee.
By what? A lecture to some club or his stockbroker?
You stick to your bugs, John. That's your business, and Endicott's his.
Thanks for telling me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's have dinner tonight.
I can't. I've a date with some little bugs from Montana. Real old-fashioned killers from way back.
That's interesting. What's the name?
Dermacenter Andersoni. Wood ticks to you.
Are you messing around with spotted fever again?
Not again. Still, I may go out to Montana one of these days. Hope you enjoy my funeral.
Thanks, I will.
And striving constantly for the higher and the better life.
Morning, Mrs. Dexter.
But man's progress in life is not steadily onward.
Dean Harcourt again?
Not steadily forward.
Again.
Sometimes man's progress is stopped by something that is bigger and stronger than he. Something over which he has no control. And that's something I like to think of as a red light, flashing a halt to the forward surge of his life. And I like to believe there is a power which controls that light, which knows in its infinite wisdom that sometimes man must stop to learn through suffering before going on. For it is as inevitable as time that man progresses to a better future. If not for himself, then through his suffering for his fellow men. When he has learned this, the signal changes, and the green light frees him to resume his inexorable march into eternity.
You have been listening to Dean Harcourt talking to you from...
What would religion be without music?
There was religion long before there was music, Dr. Page.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dexter. Well, I'd say your pulse shows marvelous repose for a patient facing surgery.
You can thank Dean Harcourt for that.
I'm thankful for anything that gives a patient courage and confidence.
A shorter word for courage and confidence is faith.
Well, whatever it is, you'll need every bit of it now.
More bad news?
Well, you see,
You're trying to tell me my operation is being postponed again.
Yes. Dr. Endicott's been unavoidably detained in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. A beautiful city, full of music. Years ago, we used to go there to hear the community singing.
You make it work, don't you?
No, I simply let it work.
Well, you're an amazing patient, Mrs. Dexter. Things would be pretty simple if we all had your faith.
Good evening, Dr. Page.
Oh, hello, officer.
Out for a walk, sir? Nice evening for it. Fog coming across the bay, though. Oh, hello there, Sylvia. Hello. Evening, sir.
Good evening. Oh, dear. What's it all about, Sylvia? What are we all doing here? Where are we going? Oh, no. Not home. I'm talking about life. If you could only talk, Sylvia. But I'm glad you can't. There's altogether too much talk anyway. Yeah. Oh, good evening. I didn't see you sitting there.
I hope you don't think I was eavesdropping.
Rather silly business talking to a dog.
You haven't anyone else to talk to, have you? Sit down over here. I imagine we came to this spot for the same purpose. To look off across the water. Into eternity.
Well, I don't think I'm much concerned with eternity. My job's with the present. After all, the patient will feel just as much pain today, even though he thinks that tomorrow he may be sitting on the edge of a cloud strumming a harp.
And you're concerned with curing today's pain so the patient won't join the heavenly host.
Right.
Naturally. As a physician, you believe that.
How do you know I'm a physician?
You just told me. As a matter of fact, we're almost in the same business. If I'm more concerned with eternity, it's because my job is with the soul rather than the body.
Oh, I see. Preacher?
I much prefer to be known as a teacher. There's so much we can do to help people.
It's 7 o'clock in Harcourt.
Oh, thank you, Alan. You can take me to the car, please.
Yes, sir.
Harcourt, senor.
Yes?
Well, you do help people, sir. I happen to know that.
Thank you.
Shall I help you up, sir?
No, I can manage by myself. You didn't know I was a cripple.
I had no idea.
I try not to let it interfere. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Baytalk Hospital. One moment, please. Baytalk Hospital. Baytalk Hospital. Hold the wire a moment, please.
Hello? Hello, switchboard. This is Dr. Booth speaking. Is there any word from Dr. Endicott this morning? I see. Well, keep trying, please. I'm in Dr. Page's office. Nothing yet, Page?
Well, I guess that means we'll have to postpone the operation again.
We can't. Take a look at that X-ray.
Looks bad.
Miss Ogilvie, get Mrs. Dexter ready. We'll operate immediately.
Yes, sir.
Are you crazy?
Not unless these X-rays are. Hello? Hello, surgery, please.
I grant you that the infection has spread alarmingly since yesterday. Nevertheless...
Surgery, this is Dr. Page.
Oh, you can't do that, Page. She's Endicott's patient.
We'll operate on Mrs. Dexter immediately.
Now listen, Page, if anything happens...
Nothing's going to happen. Scrub up, Dr. Lane. You're handling it.
Your gown, Dr. Page.
Gloves, please. Everything set?
Set.
Ready, Mrs. Dexter?
Yes.
You're a most unusual patient. Ether, doctor. Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Sponge ready.
Sponge ready.
Faster, Ogilvie, faster. Keep them coming. Clamp.
Clamp.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Respiration normal.
Pulse steady. Still normal. A little more ether.
Much longer, Doctor?
10 minutes, maybe less. Clamp, please.
Clamp.
Who opened that door?
It's Dr. Endicott.
Excuse me, Page. Step aside, please.
We're almost finished, Endicott.
I said step aside, Page.
I was just about to remove the...
Thank you. I know this case.
Very well, Doctor.
Forceps?
Forceps.
Stand by to assist.
Pulse varying. Unsteady now.
More ether?
I don't think so. Endicott?
Through in 20 minutes.
20.
Scalpel, please.
Scalpel, but...
Quickly.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Endicott, it's not time now.
I know what I'm doing. Stand by to tie the artery.
Pulse slowing. 42. You'll have to work fast.
Tie the artery, doctor. Well, tie it. Tie it.
I can't. What? You've cut it too short. I can't make the tie. It's a hemorrhage. Quick, oxygen.
Sponge. Give me a sponge. Pack that artery.
You can't. Clamp.
Clamp.
Wait. I'm afraid it's too late, Doctor.
What?
She's dead.
Dead?
Dr. Page, wait, please.
What is it, Ogilvie?
She shouldn't have died. You were doing perfect work. If Endicott had kept out of it.
Oh, I'd rather not talk about it. Ogilvie, Mrs. Dexter has a daughter, Phyllis, I think. She's traveling in England. You'll see that she's notified, will you? Pretty tough on her, isn't it?
Yes, thanks to Endicott. I know exactly what happened, and I'm going to tell what I know.
Don't you think it's Endicott's privilege to make his own statement first? Well?
You're right.
That's a good egg, Ogilvie.
Yes? Oh, evening, Page.
Evening, Endicott.
I'm glad you came. Nasty business, this Dexter death. She was too well known. People loved her too much.
What's that got to do with it?
I'm simply trying to tell you that Mrs. Dexter gave most of her fortune to this hospital. That's why there's so much feeling about her death.
I didn't know.
No one knew, except the board of directors. I've been trying to convince them it was an unavoidable accident. One of those things that sometimes happen. It was unavoidable, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. For some reason, you cut the pedicle too short for safety. It should never have happened.
You're right. You're right. My place was with my patient, not in a broker's office watching my life savings being swept away. Interesting how greed and medicine don't mix.
I have a little money, if it...
Not enough. But you have youth. Your whole life is still ahead of you. I'm old. My life's all behind me. Even the money I've saved is gone.
But you can always earn more.
Not if I am dismissed for this Dexter case. A split second, a woman dies, and a whole career dies with her. A split second, as against the 40 years I've given to medicine.
As chairman of the board, Dr. Page, I regret to inform you that we hold you responsible for Mrs. Dexter's death. May I add that your refusal to defend yourself has not benefited your position. Rather than submit you to the embarrassment of a dismissal, we're giving you this opportunity to resign.
Is that all?
That's all.
Thank you.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ogilvie.
Where's Dr. Page, Mrs. Howell?
He's still in his room. I've been trying to make him eat something.
Excuse me. Dr. Page, Newell.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Francis. What's the time?
You've been drinking.
Have I?
Listen to me. You're going to pull yourself together. Go down to that hospital and tell Endicott and the board where to head in. You're not going to let them make you the goat.
You know, Francis, you're a very beautiful girl.
Oh, stop it, please.
All right. What is it you want me to tell the board, Francis? That Endicott killed a woman? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? He's a human being, just as liable to make mistakes as anyone.
That's no concern of yours. If you resign, you admit you were responsible for her death.
Uh-huh, exactly.
Well, you sound as if you were going to resign.
I have, already.
You're a fool.
Thank you.
A sentimental fool. I suppose you think you're being noble.
I've been trying not to think at all. I don't see why you should.
Because I hate to see a man throw his life away for nothing. That's what you're doing. You're giving up your whole career for a man who's outlived his usefulness. Well, you won't if I can help it. I'll see the board myself and I'll tell them the truth. I don't care if they fire me tonight.
Sure, go ahead. And now who's being noble?
I ought to slap you for that. But I won't. You're all mixed up with whiskey and heroics. You don't know what you're talking about. Good night.
Whiskey and heroics. A split second. A woman dies, and a whole career dies with her.
Act One of Green Knight. In just a few moments, our stars, Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland, will return in Act Two of our play. But during our intermission, we raise a question. Is truth stranger than fiction? We think that often it is more exciting than fiction, and to prove this, we're going to present to you a regular Cinderella story which actually happened. The heroine of this real-life story, the modern Cinderella, is Miss Anne McDermott of 229 Chicago Avenue, Oak Park, Illinois. She keeps house for her aunt and uncle. Her exciting experience started when her friend Marjorie dashed into the house early one morning.
Gracious, Marjorie, what are you doing here this time of the morning?
Oh, Anne, I had to tell you right away.
Tell me what?
Why, down at the store, they're having a beautiful hands contest, and you must enter.
Me? Oh, you're crazy.
I'm not. Your hands are lovely.
Oh, nonsense. All the young girls in town will enter. I'm 37, and I've done housework for years. I wash dishes 3 times a day, too.
But your hands don't show it, Anne, and... Oh, please do. It's this afternoon. Come on, just as a favor to me.
Well, all right. But just as a favor to you, mind.
And so Miss McDermott goes with her friend to the beautiful hands contest. There are many women in the contest, most of them young. We listen in as they wait to hear the awards.
Oh, I just know you'll win, Anne.
Oh, nonsense. I think we'd better go home.
And now we're ready to announce the prize winners. Miss Ann McDermott of 229 Chicago Avenue.
It's you, Ed. It's you.
Miss McDermott, please come forward.
I can't believe it. There's some mistake.
Miss McDermott, congratulations. Miss McDermott, ladies and gentlemen, keeps house. She's done all her own work for many years, and yet her hands are lovelier than those of many young girls. I'm happy to give her this prize.
Yes, this actually happened. Here are Miss McDermott's own words.
Lux was the reason I won the biggest thrill of my life and a grand prize. I do dishes 3 times a day, but Lux Flakes keep my hands beautiful.
Thank you, Miss McDermott, for this convincing proof of how Lux Flakes for washing dishes keeps hands soft and white. Lux for dishes is such inexpensive beauty care, every woman should guard the loveliness of her hands this way. Get the economical big box of Lux tomorrow. I return you now to Mr. DeMille.
Errol Flynn, Olivia De Havilland, and C. Aubrey Smith continue in green light. A few days have passed, and Francis Ogilvie still has not told the true facts of Mrs. Dexter's death. In despair, she turns for advice to the dead woman's friend, Dean Harcourt. In the minister's study, she tells her story. The crippled old man listens quietly.
And when I tried to make him tell that to the board, he refused. I could save him. I could save his career. But for some reason, he doesn't want it saved.
Miss Ogilvie, no man makes sacrifices without reason. Whatever that reason may be, it is in itself compensation for his suffering. And whether you agree with that reason or not, you have no right to destroy it by exposing the sacrifice.
I don't believe in sacrifices, Dean Harcourt. I don't believe in eventual justice. I believe that one gets what one fights for, and that only the fittest survive.
Yes. And yet, you'd give up anything, everything, for him. You have a remarkable talent for love.
He said I had a remarkable talent for surgery.
I know, it's complex. But sometimes a viewpoint simplifies things. I like to think of civilization as a great parade, made up of all those who have lived, all those who are alive, and all those who will live. Many stumble, fall by the wayside. Many are lost. But whatever the individual problems, the individual destinies, the great parade of civilization must continue to march on to its own and much greater destiny.
Maybe. But I've got my own little parade to push over some pretty rough roads. And I don't hear any bands playing either.
I don't ask you to believe, my dear. I can only tell you that we, as individuals, are less important than our contributions. And we don't always know what form those contributions take.
And in this case, my contribution may be silence?
Yes.
Well, I've taken a lot of your time. Is there something I can do to repay you?
Yes. I want you to go into the anteroom. There'll be somebody there to see me. Ask her whatever questions you wish, then come back and tell me what she says.
Very well, Dean Harcourt. Good morning. Is Dean Harcourt in his study? Yes, he is. What is your name, please? Just tell him it's Phyllis Dexter. Phyllis? One moment, please. Dean Harcourt.
Yes?
Mrs. Dexter's daughter is waiting to see you.
Phyllis, poor child. Will you do one more thing for me?
If I can.
That other door will lead you into the nave of the cathedral. Go there. Sit down. Face the altar. Think about what we've said to each other.
Very well.
Phyllis? Come in, my dear.
Oh, Dean Harcourt,
My dear, those tears aren't at all becoming.
No, I know. But I can't seem to stop. Mother was everything to me.
She still is everything. Don't you remember how unafraid she was?
Yes. And what happened to her? I went to the hospital this morning right after the boat landed. I asked to see Dr. Page.
Page?
Endicott's assistant. He started the operation before Dr. Endicott arrived.
Did you see him?
No. They told me he resigned. Oh, they tried to hide it from me, but they couldn't. It was too plain. Dr. Page killed my mother carelessly, viciously.
Phyllis, go into the cathedral. Look up into his face on the cross. Think of him and of what hate did to him and what it is still doing to the world. Go now, while the hate is still in your soul.
Miss Dexter, please don't. For my mother, I know all about it, my dear. Come with me, please. We both have troubles. Perhaps we can comfort each other. Yes?
Hello, Oh, excuse me. I thought this was Miss Ogilvie's apartment.
It is. Come in, please.
Well, thank you, but...
Oh, I'm a friend of hers. Well, that is. Well, we only met this morning. She brought me here to tea.
Oh.
Who shall I say is calling?
Why, I'm,
Hello.
Oh, hello, Francis. Sorry if I'm intruding. I should have telephoned.
No, it's all right. May I take your coat?
Well,
Oh, please. Don't go on my account.
Well, thanks. Pardon me for staring, but your face seems familiar.
This is Phyllis Dexter.
Dexter?
She's the daughter of the Mrs. Dexter I was telling you about. Just arrived from England. Phyllis, may I introduce Mr. Walker? How do you do? If you're as nice as Miss Ogilvie, you'll be well worth knowing.
I hope you'll always think that.
Oh, I think I hear the kettle boiling. Sit down, Mr. Walker.
Thanks. So you met Francis just today, eh?
Yes, at Dean Harcourt's. Oh, what made you think you knew me?
Why, you resemble a photograph I often admired, the daughter of a friend of mine. The daughter must be very beautiful.
Oh, I feel flattered.
I think she'd feel flattered, too.
Thank you.
You just came from England, Francis said.
Yes, my mother died. It was very sudden.
I'm sorry. I lost my mother, too, a long time ago. I know how it is. You must try not to let it hurt you too much. Death is, well, it's a part of living, I guess. A split second, a woman dies.
So many things can happen in a split second.
Yes, and sometimes they seem to happen with deliberate cruelty.
What?
You'll excuse me, won't you? I haven't time for tea. Please tell Miss Ogilvie I had to go.
What was that? Did he go? Yes. What a strange man. He's one of the finest. He seems to be. Do you think you'll call again soon? I don't know. There's no telling what Mr. Walker will do. Ever.
Come in, Doctor. I'm very glad to see you. Our first meeting was rather brief.
I came here to argue with you, Dean Harcourt.
Really? Sit down.
I came to argue with you about your concept of everlasting life. I want to know how you can reconcile needless death, greed, the destruction of a career with your irresistible onward drive.
Why?
I'm the Dr. Page who operated on Mrs. Dexter.
Page. I see. You have a fine religion, Dr. Page.
I haven't any, as far as I know.
Oh, religion has many definitions, at least in my dictionary, such as loyalty, devotion, honor.
Perhaps. Well, my dictionary defines it as a kind of opiate, used by people with hurt sensibilities to dull them into drowsiness.
Would you say that of Mrs. Dexter?
No, I guess not. But what of her daughter? Can she be like her mother?
She will be, eventually. And so will you.
But will it really matter, then? One has to wait too long. You've got to give up too much for moral victories.
How do you know? There's hardly a man who hasn't been stopped by circumstances. I had ambitions, too. And then I became as I am. I felt death would be better than wasting my life as an impotent cripple. I even sought death. Then, suddenly, I discovered my course was upward. In spite of everything, I got the signal to go forward. At times I'm still delayed, no telling how long, but eventually I get the green light. And I know that once again, I commence that irresistible onward drive. Who is it? Oh, Phyllis.
Dean Harcourt, I hope... Oh, why, Mr. Walker.
Walker?
I hoped we'd meet again.
I thank you. Yeah, Dean Harcourt, Miss Dexter and I, we've met, you see, and...
Yes, I see, Mr. Walker. I'm glad you've met. I think you two should know each other.
Well, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, wait, Goodness, it's lunchtime, isn't it?
Is it?
You must be frightfully hungry, Phyllis.
Not particularly.
I'm sorry I can't offer you lunch. You eat, don't you, Mr. Walker?
Eat? Oh, usually, yes. Miss Dexter, will you have lunch with me?
Oh, I'd like to, very much.
Good. You two run along now. I've got to make a telephone call. And, by the way, if you've no other plans, have dinner with me tonight. Both of you.
Yes, of
Thank
course.
you. Goodbye, sir.
Hello? Hello, Miss Ogilvie? This is Dean Harcourt speaking, Miss Ogilvie. Could you have dinner with me tonight? Splendid. At 8. Goodbye.
Oh, I don't know when I've had a nicer day, Mr. Walker.
Really? Well, that goes for me, too.
Dean Harcourt's a remarkable man, isn't he?
Yes. Well, he seemed to think we ought to be together. Tell me, was he in the church before he got this attack of poliomyelitis?
What?
I mean, infantile paralysis. You know, I've been around doctors so long I almost talk like one. Anyhow, was the dean always in the church?
Yes, why?
Oh, I don't know, unless it's because I've always had the idea that people turn to religion only when they're in trouble.
Well, you would never have had that idea had you known my mother.
Oh, but your mother was unusual.
You did know her?
No. But I've heard a great deal about her. Here, Sylvia. Sit down back there. Yeah, she always barks at cows. Stop it.
Sylvia. I remember another dog called Sylvia. Mother wrote me about it. She said that Dr. Page had a...
Phyllis.
Oh, you're Dr. Page, you?
Yes.
Oh.
Wait, Phyllis, listen to me. You have to know sometime...
And you killed my mother?
No.
Then who did?
It was an accident.
Accident? Oh, you might at least be man enough to accept the blame. Let me out, please.
Phyllis, you've got to listen to me. Phyllis!
Well, if he doesn't come soon, I'm afraid we'll have to eat without him. Phyllis, have you any idea why he's so late?
No, Dean Harcourt. Who is it we're waiting for?
A friend of yours, Mr. Walker.
Walker? No.
Yes, he came to see me this morning, and Phyllis happened to meet him. Did you have a nice luncheon?
Phyllis, what happened? You lied to me, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me who he was? I see. Well, why didn't you? Because I saw no reason to upset you. I wanted to make it easier for you. And for him, too. I'd do anything I could to make things easier for him. Oh, why should he have things made easier for him? Why he of all people? Because he's clean and decent and good. Because he's the finest man I've ever met in all my life. You think you have reason to hate him, don't you? Well, I tell you, you haven't.
Phyllis, your mother...
Oh, don't say it, please. I'm sick of philosophies, sermons, parables. I'm a human being. I have the right to hate or love. I was born with it. I feel it. It wasn't taught me. You love him. You love him, don't you? Oh, what does that matter now? He killed my mother. I gave him his chance to explain. And did he blame someone else? No, how could he? That's right, how could he? He's too honest. Too honest to break the rules he plays by. What do you mean?
Tell her, Francis.
No. I'll play according to Page's rules, too. He didn't have to listen to sermons to become good. He was born that way. And he'll always be that way, no matter what happens to him. I don't understand.
You will, eventually. You see, my dear, until you have that faith, you don't really love. Francis?
Yes.
I've learned a great deal from you today. Thank you. Where are you going, Phyllis?
I'm going to him. Do you know where he lives? I'll find out. Wait for me outside. I'll take you to him.
Francis, you do that? Bring them together, knowing that she loves him?
He loves her, too.
Did he say that?
No one has to say it. It's in a woman's eyes when she's loved. I know. Well, good night, Dean Harcourt.
Good night, Francis.
Hello.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ogilvie.
We'd like to see Dr. Page, please.
Why, he's not here, miss.
Not here? Where did he go?
I don't know. He didn't say. He left early tonight, and I'm to close the apartment myself.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Howell. It's gone. Yes. Well, he's joined the parade anyway.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We return shortly to Olivia De Havilland, Errol Flynn, C. Aubrey Smith, and to the third act of Green Light. But now, during our short intermission, we want to devote the next few moments to an event unique in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. We bring you two of the country's outstanding radio critics, Mr. Alton Cook of the New York World Telegram, who will speak to us from New York City, and Mr. Dinty Doyle, radio editor of the New York Journal American, who is here on our Hollywood stage. Both gentlemen have just concluded the tabulating of national polls conducted to determine the outstanding radio programs of the past year. Mr. Doyle's poll represents the opinion of all the radio editors of Hearst newspapers. The World Telegram poll reveals the opinions of 211 radio editors. And the two polls represent newspapers whose combined circulation is over 36 million. Thus you see the tremendous coverage represented by these two critics. Together, their checkups blanket the country. Criticism is a stimulant to the arts, to entertainment, and to all who strive to create, whether their endeavor is music or literature, motion pictures, painting, public affairs, or radio. And certainly the interest of radio editors has helped broadcasting to come of age as a recognized medium of culture. Through our two guests, separated by 3,000 miles, the Lux Radio Theater extends its gratitude to the hundreds of newspapers and radio editors all over the United States and Canada, who are making radio criticism of equal importance to that of the stage and screen. And now from New York City, Mr. Alton Cook of the New York World Telegram.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. But tonight I'd rather pay my tribute to your program instead of to radio criticism. This is the fourth year your radio theater has led all the dramatic programs in the annual World Telegram poll. For a program in its fourth year, that's not at all bad. People have been having a lot of fun in theaters for a long time. They're having more now than ever before, thanks to your radio theater, which gets into corners of the world the theater used to have trouble finding. This past month, your program has brought one of the stage's great characterizations, George Arliss and Disraeli. This same month, the program included the amusing and audacious idea of making an actor out of good old Bob Burns and casting him in a Booth Tarkington play. A theater as lively as that is a good addition to our equipment for enjoying life. Your radio theater richly deserves the tributes voted to it by 211 American and Canadian radio editors in the World Telegram poll. My congratulations, Mr. DeMille, to you and to your sponsors.
And for them, as well as myself, Mr. Cook, our sincere thanks. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Dinty Doyle sat with my good friend Major Bowes and myself when we spoke to the Lux Radio Theater audience from New York. Tonight he's here in Hollywood, only this time he's doing the talking. Mr. Dinty Doyle.
You said, Mr. DeMille, that this is a unique event at the Lux Radio Theater. Well, it's just as unique for Alton Cook and me because, for once, we're in complete accord. The poll which I was privileged to conduct voices the attitude of the radio editors of Mr. Hearst's newspapers, who also award to this program first place among all dramatic shows heard on the air in 1937. There's a familiar phrase to be found in front of most railroad crossings which seems to cover my activities tonight. I've stopped, and I've looked, and I've listened, and I find the experience well worth the 3,000-mile flight I made to be here. I'm sure that many are perhaps a little curious as to the scene from which this program emanates. Let me describe it to you very briefly. Picture a large stage, such as you might find on Broadway, any Broadway, and in the center front of the stage is the microphone for the capable performers who are bringing you green light. In command of the operations, at stage right, is Mr. DeMille, speaking to you over another microphone. Across the middle of the stage is hung a curtain, hiding from view all the musicians except the conductor, Louis Silvers. It's not because we don't like to look at musicians, but simply because the curtain makes their music better over the air. In a balcony, above and behind Mr. DeMille, are the sound effects, and across the stage in another balcony is Columbia's engineer and the broadcasting apparatus that starts this program on its way to your living room. I hope I haven't shattered any illusions, other than the one that Mrs. Doyle may have entertained in believing her husband is a radio performer as well as a radio editor. Good luck, Mr. DeMille. I hope you try just as hard to get this award in 1938 as you did in the past year. After all, awards such as this are not given. They're won.
Thank you, Dendy Guy. Thank you. Green Light, starring Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland with C. Aubrey Smith. 2 months have gone by, and nothing has been heard of Newell Page. At last, word comes from Dr. Stafford. Word from the fever-ridden hills of Montana, where death lurks in the sting of an insect, bearing the innocent name Woodtick. As Dean Harcourt and Phyllis listen, Francis reads the letter aloud.
You know, Francis, that research requires unbreakable nerves, endless patience. Newell is too sensitive for it. The fever's been raging round here for weeks, and the things he's seen have gotten under his skin. He's working with me now on a new vaccine, and he's doing great work, but too much of it. I can't get him to rest. Do you know of any way to get him out of here for a while? Maybe there is something in his private life you know of that can be used. Well, Phyllis?
I'll take the next train.
My dear.
Would you be coming too, Francis?
I? No. No, you'd better go alone.
How's it going, John? Any results?
Oh, just about the same. Where were you last night, Newell? You look all in.
Oh, I went through the valley on some calls.
Well?
8 more deaths.
8. Oh, God, it's horrible.
A little woodtick bites a man. 3 days later, he's dead. If we only knew about that new vaccine.
Oh, if. How are we going to know? All we know now is that it doesn't kill the guinea pigs. We still don't know if it makes them immune to fever. And if it does, what proof is it that it'll work on a human being? It's like shooting in the dark.
John, suppose a man took a shot of that stuff, the new vaccine.
A man?
Yeah. And then suppose he let a woodtick bite him. That'd prove something, wouldn't it?
If he died, it wouldn't.
But if he lived?
Well, then we'd know that the vaccine works. Unfortunately, we can't make that little experiment. Human beings aren't guinea pigs.
Well, here's one who is.
What?
I did it last night.
Did what?
Gave myself the vaccine, 2cc. Then I let a woodtick have a bite at my arm.
Are you crazy?
I haven't your patience, John. We'll know all about that vaccine now, anyhow.
Another man tried that up here. He lasted about 3 days. You're a fool, man. What do you think we have animals for?
Oh, they don't need to justify their lives, John. I do. Answer that, will you?
Hello. Yes. Who? Just a moment. It's for you, Newell.
Me? Hello? Yes. Yes, this is Page. Who's this? Phyllis. Where are you? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'll be right down. It's Phyllis Dexter. She's at the station. I'll saddle the bag.
Newell, wait. I wish you'd take it easy. The more you exert yourself, the harder it's going to be to beat off the fever if it hits you.
Yes, I know. John, listen. Something may happen that'll make me lose my nerve. If I do, you've got to promise me that you'll keep yours. If I get the fever, the vaccine alone has got to lick it. Then we'll know. No other treatments, promise?
No other treatments, no.
Good boy. I won't be long.
Take it easy, will you?
Oh, darling, I never thought I'd see you again.
It had to happen. There wasn't any other way.
I killed your mother, Phyllis.
You didn't. She would have been the first to forgive you.
As you forgive me?
As I hope you'll forgive me. But I had to learn not to hate.
Darling. Phyllis, you've got to leave here right away.
Why?
Because there's death on every bush, hiding in every flower. I don't want it to find you.
Well, I'm going to stay.
Phyllis, please. You must understand. There's no way of protecting you yet. Maybe in a couple of months. You never know. Sometimes it takes days. Sometimes it hits suddenly. But we'll lick it. We've got to lick it. There mustn't be any more waste.
Oh, no. What's the matter?
Nothing. Sorry,
Oh,
Straight telegram to Miss Frances Olivie, 415 West 78th Street, New York City. Nero's desperately ill. Spotted fever testing new vaccine. Will take no treatment. Please come at once. Signed, Phyllis.
But I tell you, Miss Ogilvy, Dr. Endicott has retired for the night.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to drag him out of retirement. Where is he?
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Endicott.
I said I had retired.
And I said I was going to bring you out of retirement. I might have added, or force you permanently into it.
Well, what do you mean?
Have you ever wondered what's become of Newell Page?
I've never stopped wondering.
But you did nothing about it, did you? He's with John Stafford in Montana.
On Boone Mountain?
Yes.
I won't have him in that pest hole. He'll die like the rest of them.
He may be dying now. He's down with spotted fever. He gave it to himself to test a vaccine. He won't accept treatment. If he dies, it's your fault. Yours, do you understand?
He won't die. He can't die. I'll go to him now.
There's a plane in an hour. We'll go together.
There's the whole case history, Dr. Endicott. Fever readings up to an hour ago.
He's been like this all the time?
Semicoma since Tuesday night.
But what have you been doing?
Waiting.
Waiting for what? Waiting for him to die?
Or to live. It was his wish, Francis.
Oh, it's inhuman. You can't do it. You can't.
Don't, Phyllis.
Quiet. He's coming around again.
John.
Yes.
Fever. How much?
103 an hour ago. How do you feel?
Groggy. There's a pain in the right lower quadrant of the abdomen. Make a note of it. I want to see how long it lasts.
Right.
Did you take a agglutination test?
Yes.
Result?
Positive wild Felix reaction. Proteus X19 and a dilution of 1/320.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Phyllis, you must understand all this is being done for a purpose. As time passes, I'll become weaker and weaker until either the fever breaks or I break. Please help me conserve my strength.
Oh, I'll help you.
Thank you, darling.
He's unconscious.
Not yet. Keep your nerve, Francis. You're an old hand at this sort of thing.
Yes. Yes, Newell. Oh, don't, my dear. Take her outside, Dr. Stafford. I'll take care of him.
Fever. What is it?
103.6.
Oh, going up. Keep taking it. Every hour. What is it now?
It's a little higher.
Tell me.
14.2.
Should break before 105. I can't take 105.
Newell, it will break. It has to. Newell, can you hear me? You've got to live, Newell. You can't die like this. You can't. It's not for me now. It's for her. She loves you. You've got to live. You can't die. You can't. can't.
Well, Endicott?
I don't know. Pulse about the same. Heart action weak. This next reading ought to tell.
It's almost time for Dr. Endicott.
Wait. Paige. Listen to me. I've told the truth about Mrs. Dexter. Oh, don't try to speak now. I should have told it long ago. I just wanted you to know. Thermometer, Miss Ogilvie.
Here. Well?
Get out of my light, please.
Well, what is it?
103. It's going down.
Down. He's lifted.
Oh, thank God. Quiet, dear.
Newell, do you hear me?
Yes.
You've lifted, Newell. You're down to 103. And you've licked spotted fever. We'll shoot that vaccine into every man, woman, and child in the valley. You've done it, Newell. Do you understand?
Yes. I think I know now what Harcourt meant. The green light. Irresistible onward drive.
Goodbye, Newell, and good luck.
Goodbye, Jono.
Goodbye, fellas. You'll write, won't you?
Of course we will.
My regards to everyone at the hospital, Paige. You're going to stay here? I think so. There's work here for me. Goodbye. Goodbye. Francis.
You better hurry.
So you're really not coming? You've made up your mind?
Yes, Newell. You see, I've had a green light, too. I was stopped for a long time, but I'm going forward again now.
Francis, I'm not going to try to tell you.
No, don't. Just be happy. And make her happy.
You're a good egg, Ogilvie.
Thanks. You are, too.
We lower our curtain on green light. There's a word from Melville Rourke, and then Errol Flynn and Olivia De Havilland return to our microphone. Mr. Rourke.
Here's an amazing fact, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing to a man, at any rate. Last year's stocking bill for the women of America totaled over $330 million. That's a lot of money, but every woman likes the flattery of lovely stockings, and they certainly do add to her beauty. However, if your stocking bill seems to be getting out of hand, here's a suggestion. Try washing your stockings in Lux Flakes after each wearing. Lux preserves the elasticity of the threads. They give instead of breaking so easily when you bend your knee or stoop down or strain them in any way. Harsh soaps or rubbing with a cake of soap weakens elasticity. Then runs are apt to pop. To cut down these expensive runs, to save on stocking bills, always use Lux Flakes. Here's Mr. DeMille.
A few years ago, when Errol Flynn was knocking about Australia, he and some friends bought a schooner and made a memorable 3,000-mile voyage to New Guinea, as set forth in his widely sold book, Beam Ends. So naturally, I was interested to learn when I was in Boston a couple of weeks ago that he'd just been in town looking for another boat. Does that mean, Errol, that you're planning to lift anchor again for those lazy South Sea islands?
Well, I did buy a boat, Mr. DeMille. 75-foot ketch, which I've named after that old schooner of mine, the Sirocco. And I'm planning a trip, too. But instead of the South Seas, it'll be to the Caribbean this time and through the West Indies.
And when are you leaving, Errol?
Just as soon as the next picture's finished, Louie. Sometime in March.
Well, Errol, is this another costume piece, like the Adventures of Robin Hood? I understand you're quite a dashing lad in your doublet and buskin and beard.
Well, I hope the public agrees when they see the picture. But in this new one, I'll be back in modern clothes for a change. And when that's finished, and when I return from my trip, I also hope we'll meet again in the Lux Radio Theater. I get a great deal of pleasure listening to this program, and it's still more enjoyable to be able to take part. Many thanks, sir.
I see, Olivia, that your schedule also calls for a little trip.
Yes, for the premiere of another picture, Gold is Where You Find It. A number of the scenes were shot in a little town in northwest California, one of the old gold mining towns called Weaverville. So we're holding the premiere there next Saturday.
Well, I don't know much about Weaverville, but I believe it's the only town in the United States whose real estate had to be imported.
Well, perhaps I'd better explain why. They did so much hydraulic gold mining there that the water washed away all the fertile earth. Grain fields were needed in the picture, so we had to transport growing grain and soil, 2.5 acres, in fact, all the way to Weaverville, where I suppose it's still growing. We just heard that everything is all set for the premiere, but the head of the Businessmen's Association says that they're a bit puzzled. They're not quite sure what we'd like to have after the premiere, chocolate or vanilla ice cream. But it's a fascinating little town, and I'm so anxious to see it once again. And now, my thanks to you all.
Now, let me wish you a most successful premiere, Olivia, and chocolate ice cream. And you, Errol? Clear seas and strong winds.
Thanks, sir. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night, you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille returns with some most welcome news about our show next week, may I say that our stars were assisted tonight by Janet Young as Mrs. Dexter, Roy Gordon as Dr. Endicott, John Lake as Dr. Lane, Lee Millar as Dr. Booth, Lou Merrill as Chairman, Ethel Wales as Mrs. Howell, Ross Forrester as Chauffeur, Henry Anthony as Police Officer, Coral Colebrook as Telephone Operator, Ingborg Dillish as Nurse, and James Eagles as a Telegraph Operator. Louis Silvers, another book by Dr. Douglas, White Banners, is being made now by Warner Brothers. Louis Silvers was in charge of music for Happy Landing at 20th Century Fox Studios, where C. Aubrey Smith is now making Kidnapped. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater is privileged to present one of the greatest plays of that distinguished American dramatist, Eugene O'Neill. I refer to his Pulitzer Prize play, that dramatic and powerful love story of the waterfront, which met with such tremendous success on Broadway and in pictures, Anna Christie. And our stars, two of the finest, most popular performers the screen has ever known, Joan Crawford and Spencer Tracy. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Joan Crawford in Anna Christie with George Marion Sr. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Hello to all you folks. While looking at our notes, we find that item 1 is fun, and here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. And welcome to Pepsodent's party. Each Tuesday we're here for your pleasure. Here's hoping we give you good measure. Again, hello, and here we go. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope. Well, here I am back again for Pepsodent, and I'm just as surprised as you are. You know, after last week's show, letters and telegrams are still pouring in from people all over the country. All I can say is they don't know a good program when they hear it. I might have been a little jittery last week, but I don't have to worry. The Philharmonic Orchestra heard me, and they want me. They want to use my knees for castanets. Not that I was nervous, but how would you feel if the first report you heard was the sponsor beating his head against the wall? I called him up and asked him how I was coming over. He said, "Hope you're not coming over. You're going under." They thought I was nervous last week, but you should have seen Bill Goodwin. Bill put his hand on the table to steady himself and got 3 messages from the spirit world. Oh, by the way, Bill, tell our audience who's with us tonight, will you?
Sure thing, Bob. The charming Warner Brothers star, Miss Olivia De Havilland. We have Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss. Jerry Colonna, also through the courtesy of the brothers Warner, and Jack Smart.
Oh, thank you, Bill. That's Bill Goodman, ladies and gentlemen. Stout fellow. Say, Bill, by the way, what did you hear about our first show?
Nothing, Bob. I stayed in the house all week.
Coward.
How do you feel?
Well, I'm all right. I was just wondering how the sponsor feels.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about him, Bob.
Yeah?
After all, how long can a man carry a grudge?
Well, I got a letter from my brother. He thought the program was great.
Oh, really? Did he? How'd the warden like it?
Say, listen, Bill, don't kid about him. He's doing all right at Alcatraz. He has a slot machine concession. And it's too bad he was taking out of circulation. He used to make money hand over fist like a machine. In fact, he did make it with a machine. The government's mad at him now for something he printed on a dollar bill. I'm not sure. I think it was any similarity between these dollar bills and the ones Uncle Sam makes is purely coincidental. He's a wise guy. He used to make the $10 bills in the daytime and the $20 bills at night. You know, when he worked nights, he used to pay himself overtime. But I don't want to talk about my relatives too much. Not that I haven't any. In fact, so many relatives call at my hotel, the revolving door keeps the whole place air-conditioned. You know, you take that fellow from Arkansas, you know, when you listen to him, he's always talking about his relatives. He should meet my Uncle Lucifer. He's always taking things around the house. I went to sleep last night, and this morning I woke up in the pawn shop window. I'll put that back in the oxygen tent. Say, I think it's about time we hear from our band leader, Skinny Ennis. Hello, Skinny.
How you, Bob?
Say, by the way, Skinny, what did you hear about the show?
Well, Bob, my mother, now, she hears all the funny programs on the air, and, well, she thinks you're different.
Well, that's very nice, Skinny.
Yeah, she sent me a review about you out of one of the newspapers, Bob. It sounded something like a weather report.
A weather report?
Yeah, here it is. Bob Hope. Light flurries of applause with occasional laughter. Quite foggy, but probably fair next week.
Well, that's different anyway. Here comes Jerry Colonna. I'll get a sensible answer out of him.
Greetings, Gate.
Well, Jerry, how did your brood like the broadcast last week?
Oh, yes! My cousin Willie enjoyed it conclusively.
Well, tell me, Jerry, did he think I was droll?
My knave, there's quite a difference between droll and drool.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Well, I'm glad your cousin Willie enjoyed it anyway.
So am I. It's been so hard to keep him happy since he went out of his head.
Well, what's the difference as long as you like the program?
He enjoyed the program so well that next week we're going to put tubes in the radio.
Check anyway.
Hey, Bob, by the way, do you want the orchestra to laugh and applaud this week?
Oh, of course. Let them enjoy themselves.
Okay, boys. Double pay this week, too.
Skinny, I think you better play a number. Come in.
Are you Jack Benny?
No, I'm Bob Hope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. Come in.
Mr. Hope?
That's right.
On behalf of the vast radio audience, I want to present you with this beautiful loving cup.
Oh, gee, that's a beauty. What's it for?
It's for distinguished service to radio during the summer of 1938.
But I wasn't on the radio this summer.
You got the cup, haven't you? Goodbye.
Say, I should never have put a door on this program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our 6 hits and a miss give you their interpretation of Don't Cross Your Fingers, Cross Your Heart. Take it, talent.
Talking cross your fingers, cross your heart. When you tell me with your kisses what a thrilling moment this is. Don't cross your fingers, cross your heart.
Please make your mind up that you must play fair, or you will wind up playing solitaire.
Here's my heart, come on and take it. Only promise you won't break it. Don't cross your fingers, cross your heart. Darling, if you only knew how much I love you, try to understand it, comprehend it. That is all you gotta do. Don't cross your fingers, won't you cross your heart? Love can't be retarded, disregarded, baby. That'll never do. Don't cross your fingers, cross your heart. Please make your mind up that you must play fair. To be true, it's essential. You'll wind up playing solitaire. Here's my heart, come on and take it. Only promise you won't break it. Don't cross your fingers, won't you cross your heart?
Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up and see for yourself. Come on, folks, you can't lose. Everybody's a winner.
Right. Every one of you is bound to win if you take advantage of the special 1-cent sale on Pepsodent Antiseptic. Now, most merchandising men acknowledge that the American housewife is the world's shrewdest buyer. She not only has an uncanny sense of values, but she refuses to be deceived by bunkum or ballyhoo. That's why I'm merely going to announce simply, straightforwardly, that for a limited time you can actually get 2 full-size 50-cent bottles of genuine Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 penny more than the regular price of 1 bottle. Yes, for only 1 cent more. Thus, Pepsodent's great 1-cent sale offers you double value. An extra bottle of extra effective, extra economical Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 cent when you purchase a bottle at the regular low price. But you'll have to hurry, for remember that this special Pepsodent Antiseptic 1-cent sale is good only so long as a limited supply lasts. Be prepared to help fight colds and sweeten the breath with Pepsodent Antiseptic. Phone your nearest drug dealer for your special 1-cent sale combination package now, tonight.
And now may I present that charming Warner Brothers star. You liked her in Captain Blood, you loved her in Four as a Crowd, and you adored her in Robin Hood, Miss Olivia De Havilland.
Thank you very much, Bob. And may I say that I adored you in Give Me a Sailor. I liked you in Thanks for the Memory, and I heard your broadcast last Tuesday night.
I know, Olivia, we covered that. But I want to welcome you to our Pepsodent party anyway. You'll find this a little different from the other shows. We don't know what we're doing.
Yes, I can see what you mean.
But, I heard you on some other program the other day with a crooner. The guy that owns a racetrack or so. What's his name again?
Yes. Now, let me see. I know who you mean. I can't think of his name either. Let me see.
Oh, come now, Olivia. Think hard. Maybe this will help you.
Yes. Now, wait a minute. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Student!
See, they don't know either. Well, anyway, you were different on that program. What was that you did on that program?
Oh, that I barked.
You what, Olivia?
I barked,
Yeah, I know. I heard it. So did my cat. She's been missing ever since.
But that was a lot of fun, Bob. It's always fun working with him.
Yes, he's a very clever fellow. He's so easygoing, like his horses.
I like him. He took me down to his racetrack.
Yeah, he took me, too. Hey, What picture are you working on now, Olivia?
Well, I'm on a vacation now, but I just finished a comedy picture with Dick Powell called Hard to Get.
Oh, well, I just finished a comedy picture with Shirley Ross called Thanks for the Memory.
And I just finished a commercial announcement for Pepsodent Antiseptic. You can't squeeze me out. Hello, Olivia.
Boar meets girl. What are you doing on your vacation, Olivia?
Oh, I've been having a lot of fun. I've been spending most of my time at the dentist.
Well, that's a nice place to spend a vacation. Did he hurt you much?
No, not at all. He gave me gas, and I had a wonderful dream. As a matter of fact, you were in it, Bob.
Really?
Say, was I in your dream too, Olivia?
Well, come to think of it, Bill, you were.
Say, Goodwin, do you have to follow me every place I go? What was he doing, reading the gas meter?
Oh, anyway, it was the silliest dream. I was right on the Warner Brothers lot, and that's where I met you, Bob.
Yeah, wait till Paramount hears about that.
I don't think Warner Brothers will like it much either.
I wrote the dream down and I brought it with me. Would you like to act it out?
Well, I don't know.
But, Bob, you and I play a very romantic love scene at the end.
Yeah, well, I'll have to think it over. What am I saying? Say, okay, let's begin music, Skinny. Make it dreamy. Anything. Come on.
Everything seems to be getting curiouser and curiouser. Where are we?
One side, lady. Quiet on the set. We're shooting 4 daughters.
Say, you missed one.
Oh, pardon me. Thanks, buddy. Okay, folks, you can go ahead now.
Come on, Bob. We're wanted in a producer's office for a story conference. And here it is.
How do you do? You're right on time. I'm just leaving.
But what about the story?
I can't tell it to you now.
Well, why not?
Shh. It's a mystery story.
Then how are you going to produce it?
Ah, so you're wondering too?
He's sending his brain back tomorrow for retakes.
Ah, yes. And in Technicolor. I shall read the scenario of my next picture. Scene 1, fade in. Close up, fade out.
Well, who's in that close-up?
No one. We had to save money, so we eliminated the actors. Quiet, everybody! As the curtain rises, nightfall is creeping. Creep, creep. Quiet, everybody! The scene. Close up, fade in, dissolve, add 2 cups of sugar, 3 eggs, and beat slowly. Fade out.
Wait a minute, what's the name of this picture?
We're going to call it Angel Cakes with Dirty Faces. The final scene. Fade in, close up, enter the hero. Quote. 'Twas brillig and the slithy toves that gyre and gibber in the wave. All the mimsy were in the border groves and the mome rats outgrave. Unquote. The end. Well, don't stand there and stare at me, Jake.
Say, Olivia. You know, this is a very silly dream you're having.
Ah, yes, but now we're getting into the romantic part I promised you.
Oh, you mean this is the part of the dream I say, Olivia, I love you?
Yes, in fact, you whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
Yes, then I hold your hand and become amorous like this?
Yes, Bob.
And then I make love to you?
Yes.
Then what?
I don't know. I laughed so hard I woke up.
Oh, thank you, Olivia. I enjoyed walking in your sleep.
Thank you, Bob. It was fun being here.
And before you go, I'd like you to hear our up-and-coming band leader, Skinny Ennis.
Skinny Ennis?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he the boy who sings as though he just stepped out of a cold shower?
Yeah, that's him, Olivia. The new rage of the dance circuit. Breathless Skinny Ennis playing and singing At Long Last Love.
Was it an earthquake or simply a shock? Is it the good turtle soup or merely the mark? Is it a cocktail, this feeling of joy? Or is what I feel the real cause? Is it for all time or simply a lie? Is it Granada I see or only Asbury Park? Is it a fancy not worth thinking of? Or is it at long last love? Is it a fancy not worth thinking of? Or is it at long last love? At long last love.
Here's grand news for the bargain wise. You can now get 2 full 50-cent bottles of Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 penny more than the regular price of 1 bottle. Pepsodent is making this sensational offer for 2 reasons. 1, they want more of you to become familiar with Pepsodent Antiseptic. For once you've tried this finer, more economical product, Pepsodent feels sure you'll agree that it is far superior. That from then on you'll use Pepsodent Antiseptic regularly. 2, regular users swamped us with requests for this great money-saving sale so that they could stock up on Pepsodent Antiseptic at a record low price. Therefore, to introduce Pepsodent Antiseptic to new users and to satisfy popular demand, during the great Pepsodent Antiseptic 1-cent sale, you are offered an extra full-size bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic for just 1 cent when you purchase a bottle at the regular price. But hurry, take advantage of this startling offer at once, for this sale is limited. It positively will not be repeated this year. Well, there's the simple story, Mrs. Homemaker. The rest is up to you.
Must you dance every dance with the same fortunate man?
And here is Bob Hope's version of Change Partners and Dance.
Change partners and dance.
Say, Bob, wait till you see these girls. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I know, Bill, but we've been driving quite a while for a blind date. Don't you know any girls in this state?
Why, Bob, we ought to be there any minute now.
Yeah, I know, Bill. You told me that 22 miles ago. I don't want to be too inquisitive, but we've been passing a lot of cattle. Tell me, what does my girl look like?
Well, Bob, my girl has the most gorgeous figure you ever saw. She used to pose for radiator caps.
Yeah, but what part of the car did my girl pose for?
Well, she's a swell dancer.
Yeah, never mind that. Just tell me, what movie star does she resemble?
Movie star? Now, let's see now. Did you see The Awful Truth?
Yeah?
Gee, everybody saw that, didn't they?
Just a minute. We've been driving 2 hours. We've had 2 flat tires. And it looks like I'm going to get another one. Now, look, tell me, Bill, what color hair has my girl got, if any?
Well, if I remember, Bob, her hair is sort of a plaid. stripes.
Plaid, is that new?
Oh, what are you complaining about? The last girl I got you had as many teeth as my girl.
Yeah, that was the trouble. She was all teeth. She had such big buck teeth she could eat an apple through a picket fence. Say, the only thing missing was a saddle. Say, didn't I see you running at Del Mar this year? Bill, what's my girl's name?
Esmeralda Emirach.
Esmeralda Emirach?
Yeah.
Sounds like a tobacco auctioneer.
Well, my girl's name is Hetty.
Hetty Emirach.
Yeah.
That's good. Hetty Emirach.
Oh, here we are, Bob.
Yeah. Well, what are we stopping in front of this barn for?
This isn't a barn. This is the house.
Well, what's that big goat doing in the window?
That's Esmeralda's father.
If that's her father, what's her mother look like?
Bob, do you see that cow standing over there in the corner?
Yeah.
It isn't a cow.
Well, I'm here. I'll suffer. Let's go in.
Well, come in. Good evening. Step right in, boys. The girls be right down. Want to play some poker?
How do you do, Mr. Emirach? This is the fella I was telling you about, you know, from the Pepsodent program.
Oh, how do you do, Amos? Yeah, come right in. How's Madam Queen?
You can tell he listens. Is Esmeralda ready, Mr. Emirach?
Ready? She's been ready for 30 years. Say, by the way, boys, just check your coats right over there. It'd be 10 cents. While we're waiting, would you like to shoot some dice? Let's get a little action around here. You care for a cold drink while you're waiting?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Emirach. Don't mind if I do.
Soda pop or a bottle of beer?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. Pop's a nickel and beer's 10 cents. Like to play a little roulette?
No, I don't gamble.
You're taking my daughter out, ain't you? How about a raffle ticket?
How much is it?
$3.
I told you I don't take any chances on those things.
You ain't taking no chance. We got the winner picked already.
Oh, well, then I'll take... Wait a minute.
Say, will you please tell the girls we're waiting, Mr. Emirach?
Oh, don't be so formal. Just call me Emirach. Hey, Hetty. Goody's here.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Hetty.
Oh, your friend looks familiar.
Oh, yes, you know him. He's that very funny fellow on the radio.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he looks awfully young to have 5 daughters.
Say, I like her even after that line. She's snazzy. Let's go, Hetty.
Now, wait, Bob. We have to wait for your girl.
Oh.
Ma, it's 8:30. Let Esmeralda out. Hurry up, Esmeralda. Don't let this sucker off on the hook. He's wiggling.
I'll be down in a minute. I'm having trouble with my hair.
What's the matter? Can't you fix it?
No, I can't find it.
I wish I could get lost.
Well, Jitterbugs, here I am. Let's cut a rug.
Say, Bill.
Yeah?
Bill, she's got her face on upside down.
Come on, Bobsy, let's go over to the Bite Wee Jam joint and split a big apple.
Gee, she's cute, isn't she?
From what angle? Listen, Goodwin, you got me into this. What do you say we change partners right here?
Oh, no, nothing doing. Hetty's my girl.
I wish mine had a Hetty. Let's go.
Well, here we are.
Tickets 5 cents each. Get your blackjacks here. Step right up, boys. You can't have no fun without a blackjack.
Nice place to come to relax. I wonder what time they carry out the wounded.
Say, Bob, aren't you afraid that someone will steal the car?
No, I got the crank right here with me. Say, Bill, there's Skinny Ennis. Hiya, Skinny.
Hiya, sucker.
I wonder how he knew.
Come on, Bobsy, let's dance.
Oh, okay, Carefree. Say, Ezzy, do you always dance like this?
Oh, no. Sometimes I move my feet.
Well, when you have time, will you move them off mine? I don't mind you stepping on my feet, but don't try and put my shoes on.
Hiya, Bob. How you getting along?
Oh, Bill, change partners and dance.
Oh, look, here comes my city boyfriend.
What, you mean that black mustache with legs?
What are you doing with my girl, you cattle rustler?
Your girl? Who are you?
I'm a talent scout for Ripley.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn the lights out so that everybody may change partners. 1, 2, 3, out!
Oh, boy. This is my chance. Hetty. Oh, Hetty, come here. Let's slip out this way, right through this door. Ah, at last we're alone. Kiss me. Say, darling, what is that thing on your lip that tickles me so?
Ah, so you're wondering, too?
You may never want to change partners again.
Thanks for the memory. To feel you listened in has really set us right. Just lend your ear next Tuesday. We'll return at that same night. And thank you so much. Thanks for the memory. Olivia, you were grand. Someday I will appear with you in pictures, even if I only hold a spear. And thank you so much. Thanks, folks, for both those nice letters. I shouldn't ask one more thing of you. But remember, your druggist won't love you. If you should fail his 1 cent sale.
Say, Bill Goodman, what goes on here next week?
Well, Bob, our special guest is Miss Madeline Carroll. Skinny Ennis and his band will be here. Jerry Colonna, our swingster, 6 hits and a miss. And, of course, Bob Hope.
Thank you so much.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Heard on tonight's program was At Long Last Love by Cole Porter from the musical production You Never Know. Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsodent Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.